Welcome to the live chat, everybody. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to what is it? MAGA Wednesday. Welcome to the live chat, everybody. Welcome to Perfect Timing Podcast. Back with the blast, in and out with a dash. How's everybody doing today? Double tap hit the like button. Another wonderful, beautiful, wonderful MAGA Wednesday, man. Double tap hit the like button. We in the building. We in the building. Trump just touched down. We touched down. We gonna celebrate. We touched down. Trump is in China. Trump is in China, Chinese summit, Xi Jinping. I got the details. I got the who's, the what's, and the why's, the where's, all of it. We're going to break it down today. Why is Trump there? What will Trump be talking about while in China? I know everybody wants to know. China had been a big discussion about what was happening in the geopolitical arena. So now I know a lot of people are upset and surprised that Trump is not only in China, Marco Rubio, the whole team is there. The family is there. He got welcomed like a king. I guess China didn't buy into the No Kings protest. Right? I guess China didn't buy into the No Kings protest, right? Shout out to China, man. Shout out to Xi Jinping. Trump, before he left, he said, China, I love China. I love the Chinese. They're great business people. Xi Jinping is a friend of mine, right? He's known him before the presidency, known him before as a businessman, doing deals. So this is just Donald Trump, the art of the deal, you know what I'm saying, doing what he do. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Welcome to the live chat. Let's see how we can get this going up. Let's see how we can get this going up. Welcome to the live chat. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Trump is in China. Xi Jinping, red lines, red carpets, Beijing summit. But that's not all. We got the Beijing summit, but we got a lot of good news to talk about. Pete Hegseth on Capitol Hill. It's only a hill. Pete Hegseth on Capitol Hill. 1.5 trillion. Can I get 1.5 trillion in the chat? Pete Hegseth on Capitol Hill going for 1.5 trillion, justifying and having to educate the Congress because the Congress don't know what they're talking about. I got so much to share this morning. We got so much to share this morning. Deep dive coming right now. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the live show. I know you were saying yourself, I need to catch this guy live. I've heard and seen. Relax and talk sports. Relax and talk sports. Double tap hit the like button. Man, membership has its privileges, man. Go ahead and join the channel, man. Join the channel. Like, share, subscribe right now, man. Membership has its privileges, man. Become a member, man. Less than $5 a month, man. Less than a cup of coffee, man. Less than it takes to feed a starving Somalian, man. You know what I'm saying? You can feed a starving Somalian, or you could join the channel, man. Make up your mind, man. You can feed a starving Somalian, or you can join the channel. Support the channel, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Support the channel, man. How's everybody doing, man? Get the like, get everything going, man. Get everything going, man. Get everything going, man. We feeling so good today, man. We feeling so good, so beautiful, so effervescent, man. Yeah, man. Let's go, man. Let's go. How's everybody doing? Let me get everything up and running. Why is okay? Okay. What's going on? Are we on the shorts feed? What's going on? What's going on? We look a little different this morning. Relax and debunk these crazy. That's right. 1.5. They are not leaving Iran. No, we're not leaving Iran, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Are we on the shorts feed yet? Are we on the shorts feed? Relax and talk sports. Are we on the shorts feed? I'm checking me out right now. I'm trying to see. Am I on the shorts feed? I should be on the shorts feed live. But it looks like I'm somewhere else, but it's all good. We're not going to rush into the podcast either. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. We're not going to rush into the podcast either. Welcome in, welcome. Am I on the shorts feed, y'all? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let me get me up. Y'all see the shorts? Y'all see the community tab? When you subscribe, man, I need you to join, man. Participate in the community. Leave a comment, leave a like. When you see me drop my community posts, when you see me drop the shorts, leave a like, you know what I'm saying? Leave a comment on the shorts. It's just a lot of content, man. When you join the channel, when you subscribe to the channel, become a member, this is one of those channels, man. We #1 for geopolitical debate. We're #1 on podcasts. We #1 on YouTube. Remember to guard your privacy Show some unity and love in the chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. I'm fresh off a workout. Normally I come in and I have a little moment to relax before I go live, man. I ran into my partner during my workout. We started chopping it up. That went over time. So I had to go run. I had to run. Normally I don't do no running. So I'm running to finish out my workout to get my heart rate back up. Then I had to run into the studio, get the live stream going. So now we in the studio. I just fresh off a workout, you know what I'm saying? Had to throw on my podcast clothes. To be honest, I was about to work out. I was about to do the podcast in my workout clothes. Cause I'm like, man, I ain't got enough time to change, but I changed real quick. But you don't want to smell what's going. You don't want to smell what the Rock is cooking. I get a chance to take a shower. I just came straight to the studio, threw on some brute. He said, throw on some brute and come to the party, mate. Throw on some brute and come to the party. You know what I'm saying? House party. Yeah, okay. So it looked like it looked like we on the shorts feed. It looked like we on the shorts feed. Double tap hit the like button. Okay. We definitely portrait, but is we on the shorts feed? Yeah. Are you on vertical? Yeah, you are on vertical. Okay, I'm on vertical and I'm on the shorts. Okay, just double check it because it don't look like it on my I brought myself up on my cell phone. It looked different. You know what I'm saying? So let me go back. Let me go back. Hey, there we go. There we go. There we go. Get the goals going. Get the goals going early. Double tap. Hit the like button. There we go, everybody. There we go. We in the building. We in the building. Share the show. Like, share, show the share the show. Share the show. Share the show. Like, share, subscribe, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share the show, man. Share the show, man. We in the building, man. That's it, man. All right, man. Trump getting off the plane looking like a king. Trump getting off the plane looking like a king. King Trump coming to China. And I got the details. I got all the details. So when I looked at the Chinese summit, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. And that's a members only video, hot video yesterday. If you want to see the video from yesterday, members only. On the hot videos, I'm thinking I might start doing members only videos. You know what I'm saying? So especially on the hot videos, we might do members only. Y'all look out for Mega Monday on Patreon. So when I looked at the summit, right, we've been looking at geopolitics, we've been looking at Iran, right? And so when I looked at the summit, we've been talking about Trump going to go meet and we talked about the context of this meeting, right? That we've had the Trump tariffs now for since August of 2025. So what would you think they would talk about in China? Let's have a talk right now. Let's get the debate going right now in the chat. Everybody double tap, hit the like button. Come on in. What do you think? What would you want to talk about? A lot of people have opinions on how Trump is running the government, if Trump is doing a good job. What do you think Trump should be talking to China about during this summit? How do you feel about Marco Rubio being there? How do you feel about the whole team being there? How do you feel about the reception? I want to know from the chat right now. Today is Wednesday, Mega Wednesday. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, and we are discussing red carpets and red lines, the Trump Beijing summit. I want to hear from the chat right now. What do you think going on in China right now? What do you want to be discussed? What do you see happening? How does this work out? Does China come to our aid? Do we need China to come to our aid? Do we make a deal with China on Taiwan? Are you familiar with China and Taiwan and the dirty data centers, what China is facing with the microchips and the semiconductor chips and AI parity? I got all the details. And we are going to break them down here today. Let's go live. Let's go see the reception. Let's go see how Trump was received by the Chinese. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Get the likes up, everybody. I got a goal up. Like I said in the beginning, we're running a Somalian special. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. When you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign. That plus sign is going to allow you to become a member. You can become a member of my channel for less than a cup of coffee, less than it costs to support a starving Somalian. You know what I'm saying? We are the world. We are the children. We allowed Somalians to come here and steal 19 billion. Ilhan Omar made 30 million million too. Now you could join my channel. Don't be a fool. Double tap hit the like button. Trump is in China. Trump is in China. What do you see Trump talking about? What would you like Trump to talk about? How do you see this meeting going? Will it be a benefit? Will it be a positive for America? Now, keep in context that Trump has already said the ceasefire, basically, Iran broke the ceasefire, and we're looking at escalation in Iran, right? We're looking at taking out Carg Island. Shout out to my chat, W chat. I got the best chat in history. I got the best chat in history. Yes, I got the #1 chat. Yes, I got the #1 chat, the best chat in history. Trump, in my chat yesterday, people were talking about Carg Island and how Trump needs to take Carg Island. And I was so proud of my chat. We're going to talk about Carg Island today. We're going to talk about the escalation in Iran. But what I want to do right now, just give you context as we get into the discussion, right? As we get into the discussion, I want to know from you all, what do you want to be talked about? What do you think should be talked about in the meeting? What do you think should be talked about in the meeting? Trump receives lavish welcome in Beijing for summit with Xi Jinping. Now, keep in mind what I said. We are escalating in Iran. The Iranians refuse to admit defeat. Iran has been defeated. Finally, I've been ahead of the news. #1 on the channel. Double tap hit the like button. We've been ahead of the legacy media. I heard it last night. I heard it on CNN, and I heard it out of Donald Trump. Finally, people are talking about the financial realities on the ground. We've been talking about it for 2 weeks. As I've been in every debate, debates on the left, debates on the right. I said, how long will we be there? Shout out to Relax and Talk Sports. Double tap for the #1 chat on YouTube. Why is it important about how long we will be there? I brought up how long we will be there. I brought up the American tonnage. I said we haven't had this many military armed ships since 2003. I said just logistically, how long would it take to leave? Just logistically, keep it in mind that it took 18 months to leave Afghanistan, and we have way more tonnage in the area now. Why is this important? Relax and Talk Sports. Tell them why is this important. It's important because they're starving. They're starving just like in Cuba. And Donald Trump finally talked about it yesterday. CNN finally had to admit it, that they are in a financial crisis. What we talked about is the CIA assessment. It's not just the black guy with the tight eyes opinion on YouTube with the loud mouth. It's a CIA assessment. Everybody wants to say Trump didn't have a plan. Trump didn't know what he was doing. Boo to the Democrats. Trump news. Trump news, giving Democrats a boo. Not only did we have a plan, but we're doing adequate assessments. The assessment I read to you was the CIA, just like me, I'm looking at the facts on the ground. I'm looking at the blockade in Cuba. I'm looking at the blockade in Iran. I'm looking at the disrupted supply chains. I'm looking at inflation, shrinkflation, and delation. The CIA said Iran could last 3 to 4 months. Currently, not just monetarily, but when it comes to food, when it comes to resources, Iran has maybe, and I say 2 to 3 months, because no one is talking about the 2,000 tankers in the Gulf that are holding all of Iran's supplies. Iran has no food, no water, no saline, no antibiotics, and the same is in Cuba. So it's not just my assessment, it's the CIA's assessment that Iran can only last 3 to 4 more months. They don't have flour. They don't have a way to get flour. They don't have food. They don't have adequate bandages to run the hospitals. The same thing is happening in Cuba. And in 3 to 4 months, the shit hits the fan. And you heard it here first. Relax and Talk Sports. Why is it important how long we're going to be there? Because damn sure we there longer than 3 to 4 months. For damn sure we're there longer than 3 to 4 months. Double tap hit the like button. For damn sure we're there longer than 3 to 4 months. But no one, everybody in the propaganda arena wants to say how bad we're doing. Trump is not doing good. We're not with it. But no one is talking about what really is going on with the war, what's really going on in America. Double tap, hit the like button. America has not won the war. Obviously, you're not listening. Double tap, hit the like button. America has won the war. How many cities in America have been bombed? How many cities in Iran have been bombed? Can you go buy bread right now? Can you go get food right now? What supply chains have been interrupted? How long will it take America? You know what Iran just said? To this ignorant comment in the chat, I love highlighting the ignorance. Iran is asking for $2 trillion. in reparations. Why is Iran asking for $2 trillion in reparations? Because Iran has been obliterated and they want the money to rebuild. How much money will America need to rebuild? We're already making billions in Venezuela. We're going to make millions off of the peace agreement in Russia. That's why Stallmer and Macron are not friends with America right now. Did you know that? We're going to make billions off of the peace agreement in Gaza. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are the same people who negotiated the peace deal in Gaza. Those are the same people negotiating the peace deal in Russia. That's going to bring Russia back into the GA. You know why this is important? Because today we are in China. And one of the things we're going to talk about in China is trade agreements with China and Xi Jinping, and not only bringing Russia back into the fold of the West, but bringing China back into the fold of the West. Not only are we winning in Iran, we are winning on a global front. On each and every level, on each and every global front, we are leaving. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. We're not only winning in Venezuela. Do you understand, sir? We're not only winning in Cuba. Do you understand, sir? We're not only winning in France, in Europe, in the UK, by not being in the JPCOA anymore. Remember yesterday, I educated the audience that Biden kept Trump-era policies going, including not going into the JPCOA, the defunct Obama feckless deal. Biden kept that policy going, okay? Biden kept the Trump era taxes going. Biden absolutely did nothing. Absolutely did nothing. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Everything. This is all we do is win Wednesday. All we do is win, win, win. And if you came from MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. Double tap at the like button, man. Double tap at the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Yes, we have won, and we're going to continue to win. Trump has won. America has won. And it's not just on one front. If you got to understand how complex the meeting that we're going to have over the next couple days, and I have the details on the meeting that we're going to have over the next couple days, it's not just about Iran, because Iran is small on the geopolitical front. Trump refers to Iran as an excursion. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get the likes up, man. How's everybody doing? Double tap, hit the like button, man. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and domestic debate, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. MAGA Wednesday. And we are in China, red carpets and red lines, Trump Beijing summit, and I got the whole breakdown. Trump gets a welcome like a king, and we're going to break down what the talking points are going to be in Beijing. But I want to know from the chat, what do you see as the most important thing to be discussed in China? What would you have Trump discuss? What do you see? And I was very surprised when I saw who was with Trump. I'm going to go down the list of attendees. So as I did my research, I said, okay, what is going to be the talking points? What are our goals for China? Right? That's what I said. What are going to be the talking points? What are our goals in the summit? And who are the attendees? And where will they be? Where will they be visiting? All of these details is what I want to bring to my audience, right? So that's the research that we've done today that we're going to bring to you. Double tap at the like button. Double tap hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. How's everybody doing, man? How's everybody doing, man? Wild win Wednesday. Trump news, MAGA Wednesday. How's all my MAGA nights doing? My MAGA brothers and sisters, man. How y'all feeling for 2026 with that SCOTUS ruling? How many people saw my shorts on my channel, man? Hit the subscribe, hit the notification bell so you can watch the shorts, get the community posts, get all the live streams, the pre-recorded content, man. How y'all feeling about 2026, man? Man, I'm excited, man. How y'all feeling about 2026, MAGA? Even the Democrats, man. Y'all be honest, man. How you feel about 2026, man? MAGA is excited, man. All I need is Thune, man. All we need is Thune, man. I mean, we need a song. All we need is Thune to go boom. All we need is Thune. All we need is Thune, man, to get out the way, man. Pass the SAVE Act, man, and then we can work on the mail-in ballots, man. Oh, man, not only 2026 in the mix, but 2028 is going to be great. Can I get Trump 2026? Can I get Vance Rubio 2028 in the chat? Double tap hit the like button, man. When you see this regal reception, man, you're going to see why why we so excited in MAGA land. It's MAGA land. It's MAGA country. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate, man. Even CNN was saying, hey, the Republicans, they were kind of worried. But when the Supreme Court came with this new ruling and the redistricting, now it looks like the Republicans will pick up plus 10 seats and the Democrats are on the back burner. I said red wave. I said red hashtag red wave. Red. I said Trump received lavish welcome in Beijing. Where are we at? Trump receives lavish welcome. Let me see. Because they said they said my microphone was messing up a little bit, so well, I ain't gonna put it on there wet. Now I done sprayed the shit. Okay, Trump receives lavish welcome in Beijing for summit with Xi. After 16-hour flight, Trump arrived in Beijing for 2-day summit with President Xi Jinping. Greeted with full honors, including an honor guard and brass band, he traveled with a massive corporate delegation of CEOs like Tim Cook of Apple, Larry Fink, Elon Musk of Tesla, and NVIDIA's Yen-Sing Hong, representing trillions in market value. NVIDIA itself has a bigger market value than Japan. I think it's like 15 trillion to 9 trillion. Somebody fact check me in the chat. I said NVIDIA has a larger market cap than Japan. Somebody fact check me in the chat. Talks on Thursday will tackle trade barriers, AI chips, Taiwan, rare earth minerals, fentanyl, the preceptors, we're going to get into the details, and Iran tensions, with Trump pushing for China to open markets to U.S. business. Now, think about what I just taught you. I said in Russia, this is why Europe is upset. This is why Trump is saying we don't need NATO. In Russia, it's the same conversation. In Russia, with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, it's about the business. We're back to the business of America. It's business. It's business time. It's the business of America, with Trump pushing for China to open markets to U.S. business. The visit contrasts sharply with Obama's low-key 2016 arrival, drawing online notice. So they're comparing this arrival to Obama's arrival. Oh, man, po Obama. Oh, man, po Obama. Let's go to the tape. Let's look at King Trump. Can I get King Trump in the chat? Can I get No Kings? Obviously, China didn't see the No Kings protest. Obviously, China didn't see the No Kings protest. Can I get No Kings in the chat, please? No Kings, man. Here go Trump off the red carpet in China. Xi Jinping. Let's go, baby. So, okay, this is a contrast. We seeing both. So on this video, we're gonna see Obama. Obama get off the plane by himself and he get a handshake from somebody selling fried rice. Trump gets off the plane to a band and red carpet. Look at this. Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Somebody come look at this. So we watching Trump versus Obama. You see Obama being greeted by 2-3 people on the tarmac. So on the top of the screen, you have Obama arrival in China, and we're contrasting that against Trump's arrival in China. Look at Trump. Look at everybody there to greet Trump. look at this. Look at this regal regale. You have flags waving. You have bands playing. You have all of the leadership. Just excitement. Everybody's excited for Trump to be there. They're excited. Now, what I would like to share, what's so great about this MAGA? You know what's so great about this MAGA is this is in the context of a Trump economy and Trump tariffs. One of the conversations is the 145% tariff that Trump has put on China. What Xi Jinping has, what we're negotiating when we say we want them to assist in Iran, one of the bargaining chips is Trump's tariffs. So Trump is getting this reception in contrast to Barack Obama's reception with using tariffs. 145% tariff is currently on China, and this is how they receive our president. I think it's the greatest presidency that we've ever seen. This is the greatest example of what it means to be a leader, what it means to be an executive, what it means to be a negotiator. Obama gets off of Air Force One alone. He gets off the plane alone. Trump is followed by a regal reception, and he has a whole regal team with him. Look at how he flows off the plane. It's almost like looking at semi-pro. This is you know what I'm saying? This is the D League, right? And this is actually pro basketball. This is like semi-basketball. Would you believe semi-professional? Double tap it. You know what I mean? We're looking at little league, and we're looking at the big major leagues, right? This is little league. This is the major leagues. I'm not making this up. This is the reality. This is your life. This is your president. That's your president, Barack Obama, the Black Wakanda. But you know what I'm saying? Just to show the contrast. Obama visited, reference here, was in 2016 for the G20 meeting. Okay, that was 2016 versus Donald Trump's reception. Let's take a look at how Donald Trump was received compared to how Obama was received. We just saw two little differences, but let's go to a big one. Let's open it all the way up. This is from the White House, everybody. This is from the White. You see at the bottom, this is from the White House. Donald Trump, President Donald J. Trump arrives in Beijing for landmark summit. Look at how they look coming off the plane. Got some horrible audio. Look at how America looks. Look at how China looks. How proud are you today to be an American? How proud? I said this is little league versus major league. You got semi-pro, and then you got the pros. And you can't practice this. Either you are this or you're not this. Look at this. Let's stop and take a picture because we recognize this moment. We recognize this moment will go down in history. You know, this is the vice president. Everybody watching right now. This is the vice president. This is not even Xi. Xi didn't show up. The vice president showed up. Well, you know why I'm highlighting the fact that Xi didn't show up to greet Trump? Not to point fingers and get a dig in on Xi, but to just say this moment is so epic. This moment, the way it is being framed and juxtaposed to this moment is a moment in time. Look at this. Look at the regality of this moment. I know when Xi sees the photos because Chinese take this very serious. The Chinese take this very serious. When Xi sees the photos and when Xi sees the contrast, he's going to say, I should have been there. Not just to greet Trump, but I should have been in this photo because what this photo says. Look at this picture. And I want to highlight to my audience who may not know, this is the vice president. This is the vice president of China. This is not the president. Trump is meeting the president, but Xi did not meet Trump on the tarmac. And now, as you look at the photo and you know about the Chinese, I know he's saying, hold that MAGA, hold that MAGA. That Trump is a motherfucker. I should have been there. I should have been there. Look at this photo. Look at this photo. This goes down in history. Trump is the type of guy to put this on the wall in the new Lincoln Ballroom. Trump is the type of guy to put this on the wall in the new Lincoln Ballroom when we get a close to all of this and Trump reigns supreme. Double tap at the like button. This is Trump being received by the Chinese vice president. I know a lot of you didn't even know that was the vice president. I had to highlight that because of how special this moment is in time. Because of how special this moment is in time. This is maybe one of the major regrets, but I'm so happy that we're here. I'm so happy that this is happening. But when you look at this moment, when you think about, we are talking about tariffs at 140% being levied on China. We are talking about one of the biggest conflicts in the globe in the past 10 years in the Straits of Hormuz being cut off. Keep in mind what I educated you yesterday. As you look at Trump coming off of Air Force One and how he's being received, how it looks with your own eyes, it doesn't matter if you like Trump. Keep in mind, let me pause it. Keep in mind that China is the #1 purchaser of Iranian oil. China is interdependent on the Straits of Hormuz reopening and on Iranian oil. I have to talk about this contextually. We can't just talk about this in a vacuum. We have to be honest about what we're discussing and what's happening. We have to say, shit, this is happening despite the fact that China needs Iran, despite the fact that China needs the Straits of Hormuz opening, despite the fact that China has suffered under Trump's tariffs. This is happening. Whether you like Trump or not, you have to do the math on that. 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 Double tap, hit the like button. You have to be honest. You have to do the math on that, right? No matter where you are, no matter where you are, double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast on YouTube. Huh? #1 podcast on YouTube. Double tap, hit the button. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody coming in, show some respect in the chat. Show some respect to the moderators. Show some respect to the channel. These are honest comparisons. Trump is the best. Trump is the best. Double tap, hit the like button. You're watching the Purpose Summit podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Salute to everybody in the building. Let's go back and look at the differences between this photo op. Look at this photo op. Now let's look again. Let's contrast this to Barack Obama. And look again. Think about what I'm saying on how historic the images are from today compared to Barack Obama, and why the images of Barack Obama when he was received by China go into like Neverland, where you never see these pictures before and you never see them again. No one's ever seen this picture. No one will ever see it again. The below photos of Trump on this red carpet in this regal reception, this will go down in history as part of the Trump administration. But this was a forgotten moment in time. Barack Obama, his time in China is a forgotten moment in time. Look, everybody, I'm not making it up. Look, you've never seen this photo. You will never see it again. But I levy today that this regal reception will go down as part of the biggest moments of the Trump administration. Let's watch together. And you make up your mind in the chat. Let me know in the chat. You make up your mind. We see Barack Obama, the king of Wakanda, the Black Panther, coming off the plane by itself. There's no red carpet. There's no nothing, huh? There's no reception. There's no photo op. There's no photo op. There's no band. There's no flags waving. There's no honor. There's no regal regalia. There's nothing. There's no reason to take a picture. There's no reason when Barack Obama visits for it to go down in history. Contrast that to what you are seeing happen with President Trump. Contrast that to what you are seeing happen with President Trump, right? Now, when President Trump arrives, it is a moment in time. Let's go back. Let's go back and everybody, sometimes if you ever been in a graduation or a wedding, you have these moments where people recognize the moment, right? And they say, you know what? We need to capture this. This is what happened today. When Trump arrived, everyone, the Chinese, the Americans, all recognized this is not normal. And we need to capture this for historical purposes. That's why this is being put out by the White House, because this is not normal. We are in Iran, and we already went to Venezuela. China gets oil from Venezuela. There's no reason China should be so happy to double tap it. Look at this. This is a moment in time. If you understand it contextually, this is Trump's reception in China. We just looked at how Barack Obama was received. Trump is getting off Air Force One. He can't believe it. He is excited. He's happy. He knows there's going to be a deal made. China needs Iran. I say again, China is the #1 purchaser of Iranian oil. China is interdependent on the Straits of Hormuz being open, and also Venezuelan oil. Now look at Trump walking down the red carpet side by side with the Chinese vice president. Look at how regal this looks. This is such a moment in time. They stop. Look, it's not me pausing the video. This is such an epic moment in history. They stop. They stop and they take it in. I want everybody in the chat right now to do the same thing. They stop and they take it in. This happens at weddings. This happens at childbirths. This happens at graduations when the moment is so big. The moment, no one said stop walking. Everyone just stopped walking and understood the moment, the brevity. We have to take this in. They just stopped. They just stopped. Everyone is marveling at what is happening. Look, they're saying, look at this. Look at this. 145% tariffs. China can't live without Iranian oil, Venezuelan oil, Taiwan semiconductors. We are prohibiting China from flying a flag over Taiwan. And still, this is the reception. This is the reception. We're going to discuss Taiwan. Who is there? Who is there? Let's go over again. Who is there? Who is there right now? Do you guys even know who is there and what they're going to talk about? Let's go again over who is there. Let's go over who's been in corporate America. Who did that test where you got to learn about the decision makers and the key players in the room. You know, the key decision makers and the key players in the room when you're doing the corporate meeting. Let's see who's in the room, right? Trump brought with him CEOs like Tim Cook of Apple, Larry Fink, Elon Musk of Tesla, NVIDIA's Yen-Sing Hong, representing trillions in market value. I asked the chat to double check me. I said, NVIDIA market cap is larger than Japan. I said, chat, double check me. NVIDIA's market cap is larger than Japan. Talks on Thursday will tackle trade barriers, AI chips, Taiwan, rare earth minerals. This is what I'm saying. Trump is being received even though America is not sharing Google's software and the senior AI tools. America is saying, no, we're not sharing our software with China. There is something called AI parity, right? In a Silicon Pact. We're there to talk about Taiwan and dirty data centers, right? And we're going to talk about the rare earth minerals to make semiconductor chips for Web 3.0 and possibly a global blockchain in the future. That's what I talk about when I'm talking about geopolitics and Trump going to Venezuela and the gold and the oil and Taiwan and rare earth minerals. It's about it's about AI. It's about the chips and the computers and the blockchain and Web 3.0. It's about the future of America. It's about our children. But some reason, purple hair protesters and blue-eyed Democrats want you to think and empathize with other nations, even though it's a race. What you need to know about the people who are in China today is we are in a global race. So we are talking about fentanyl because a lot of the things to make the fentanyl, the preceptors are coming from China, yet and still they receive Trump like this. Iran tensions, they receive Trump like this. I need you to understand the context, who is there, why they're there, and what they're talking about. Now, I need you to take a look one more time. This is Barack Obama. This is a comparison. Barack Obama arriving in China. To anyone saying I'm overdoing it, Barack Obama arriving in China versus Trump arriving in China. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in, everybody. Get the likes up. Look at the comparison. Look at Barack Obama arriving in China versus Trump arriving in China. Huge difference. Huge difference. Huge difference. Huge difference. Right? Huge difference. Right? Huge difference, right? Look at the comparison. Look at the. No, I don't think we should share. I don't think we should share. But keep in mind that we have 140% tariffs, on China, and this is how they receive us. We're not sharing the Google software, and this is how they receive us. We still have a slight edge in AI because we're not sharing the Google software, and we're not sharing our AI tools. This is one of the discussions that we're going to talk about. How many people knew that AI and tech was going to be on the forefront of the discussion as we go over there? How many people knew that AI and tech would be on the forefront? Right? It's Iran is a blip on the screen. When we talk about Taiwan, when we talk about semiconductor chips, Web 3.0, a global blockchain, dirty data centers, NVIDIA, I said, fact check me about how large NVIDIA's market cap is, because understand how small Iran is on the agenda. Iran is major, right? But they trust Trump will fix Iran, right? They trust Trump will fix Iran, right? So what they really are talking about is the next iteration of the globe. I said it's a global shift. I said it's a new West. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. I said it's a new West. Double tap, hit the like button. Now look at Barack Obama coming off the plane, and look at Trump. Look at Trump's reception. Look at Barack Obama coming off the plane, and look at Trump's reception. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Hey, Bridge just gifted out some memberships. Shout out to your Bridge. Shout out to your Bridge. So let's go back to the other picture where I said how regal it is. This is not even Xi. Trump was not even greeted by Xi. Trump was greeted by the vice president. Xi Jinping did not show up to the tarmac. Xi Jinping did show up to greet Trump. Look at how this looks. So this is being put out by the White House. This is being put out by the White House. We're looking at Trump being received in China like a king. This is being put out by the White House. Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, did not meet Trump on the tarmac. What I am saying to you today is, if we're looking at this with honesty, take off your purple hair protesting Democrat. You know, the Democrats want you to look at everything through racial lenses, through partisan lenses. Just look at this moment in history. Take out your TDS. I know it's going to be hard, but just look at what you're seeing. You're seeing the American president with the Chinese vice president. What I am saying is, this is such a moment in time in history that the Chinese president is going to look back and say, I wish I was there for this photo. This moment was so big, they stopped. They stopped walking down the red carpet to capture this moment in time. And I argue that the president is going to look back at this moment and say, I should have been on this red carpet. This should be the president of China and not the vice president. But I'm not saying that. I don't think Trump is upset. Americans, we're not upset. I have all respect for China and Xi Jinping, but I just know how proud the Chinese are. And I know when he looks at this moment in time and how special it came across, he's going to say, I should have been there. I should have been there to be captured for history. Double tap, hit the like button. What you think? What you think in the chat? What you think in the chat? Trump arriving in China for the Chinese summit. President Trump halted the motorcade so he could observe more of the China's welcome ceremony for him. This is how big. So we just saw one aspect. Trump had to stop the motorcade because he was so in awe of the reception. This is Trump being received in China. Trump stops the motorcade because he is so in awe of how the Chinese received them. Keep in context, we're there because they want to talk about decreasing tariffs, 145% tariffs that Trump lobbied on China. China wants to get Chinese batteries and Chinese cars back into the American market. We are prohibiting Chinese batteries. We are prohibiting Chinese cars. China wants to get access to have Google sell them products. We right now prohibit Google from selling China software and products that would help China compete with America. Double tap hit the like button. Do you know how much this is about tech? This is about tech. This is about the future. It's not about the small-minded lack of understanding that a lot of Americans have about geopolitics. If you don't know about Web 3.0, if you were not listening to Davos, if you were not listening to the CEO of BlackRock and Elon Musk at Davos, and they said, and the CEO of BlackRock said, you know, Elon, since I have you here, there's one thing I want to talk about. A global blockchain. And I do geopolitics, right? And I'm at home and I'm like, wait a minute, what did you just say? And no one talked about it. No one talked about it. I said, hey, we do politics. Why isn't anyone talking about Davos? Why isn't anybody talking about the CEO, the two richest men, the most powerful men in the world, talking about a global blockchain? We don't talk enough about dirty data centers. We don't talk enough about Web 3.0. We don't talk enough about the rare earth minerals needed to create the we don't talk enough about Taiwan. Here it is, Davos, right before Munich, and Elon Musk and Larry Fink are there. Elon Musk and Larry Fink are there. They said, let's talk about a global blockchain. And he says, I'm not saying that we will ever have a global blockchain in one cryptocurrency, but he said we should at least be talking about it and planning for it. This is what the most powerful men in the world discuss in front of our face at Davos. These are the topics that will be discussed in China. I know you want them to talk about your purple hair. I know you want them to talk about LGBTQ. I know you want them to talk about trans. I know you want them to talk about black people not being able to vote in Louisiana. They're not talking about none of that shit. They're not talking about none of that shit. This is Trump in China being received. Stop the motorcade so we can listen to the kids dance and sing. This is Trump in China in the motorcade being received by the Chinese like a king, like a king. Double tap, hit the like button. What do you think they're going to discuss? What do you think they're going to discuss? What would you like them to discuss? What would you like them to discuss? Let me talk about it. May 13, 2026, the wheels of Air Force One just hit the tarmac in Beijing. You saw the footage, 300 kids waving flags, the military guard, and the president who just pumped his fist to a crowd in a country that experts say he'd never visit again. But while the media talks about the red carpet, we're talking about the red lines. Rubio, Vance, and Hegseth on the ground. This isn't vacation. It's an eviction notice for the old guard. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast. Let's talk wonk without the boredom. You've heard of the annuity list, the digital no-fly list. Trump just landed with the CEOs of NVIDIA, Apple. Why? Because the Silicon Pact silica is real. We aren't just competing with China, we are gatekeeping the future. If Xi wants those high-end AI chips to keep his economy from a total system collapse, he has to play by the New West rules. No more fentanyl precursors, no more choking the Straits of Hormuz. It's silicon for security. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. I said it's silicon for security. Let's get into what they will talk about, because that's what I wanted to know. What will they talk about at the meeting? Let's get into what they will talk about. In the entity list, am I saying that right? Y'all help me out in the chat. Number one, the entity list and Hawaii. Hawaii, y'all know about that cell phone, but it's deeper than a cell phone. The digital wall. How many know about Hawaii? How many know about that cell phone? And it's deeper than that. So let me keep going. So think of the list as a no-fly list for technology. If a company is on it, U.S. firms like Google, Intel, and NVIDIA are legally banned from selling them anything without a license. The Hawaii restriction is not just about the phones anymore. The U.S. has effectively blocked Hawaii from getting the brains, high-end chips, and the tools, Google software they need to compete. The 2026 reality. As of March 2026, the FCC has expanded this to include foreign-made consumer routers and even some drones, citing unacceptable risk to national security. The goal, keep Chinese hardware out of 5G networks. That's number one. That's the number one talking point that they're going to discuss. It's not Iran. Number two, AI parity. This is the tech side. This is why you see NVIDIA. This is why you see AI. That's why you see Apple CEO. If you're wondering why NVIDIA is there, why Apple is there, I'm breaking down the tech agenda for the Xi Jinping Chinese Beijing summit. AI parity. Who has the best tools? This is the part that should make everyone sit up. For years, the U.S. was miles ahead. In 2026, that lead basically vanished. The numbers. 2026 Stanford AI Index shows the performance gap between U.S. models like Claude 4.6 and the best Chinese models, ByteDance, Dallasea, has collapsed to 2.7%. The shock. The U.S. is spending $285 billion a year on AI research. That's compared to only $12 billion on the Chinese side. China is operating with one hand behind its back due to chip bans, and they are essentially tied with us. They are learning to do more with less. Double tap, hit the like button. These are the tech agendas that will be discussed in China. And as I go over the tech agenda, we're watching video of the Trump reception in China. A lot of you might want to know what's being discussed, why Trump is in China. It's not just the geopolitics and the global effects of Iran. It's also, you got to understand who is with him and why they are there. We're going over the tech agenda right now. This is Trump being received by the vice president of China, coming off Air Force One, red carpet, royal reception. Number three in the tech agenda, the Silicon Pact. What it is, Trump administration initiative formalized January 2026 that creates a preferred trade bloc. It includes allies like Japan, Taiwan, and the UK. The goal, it's an economic deterrent by controlling the supply chain, the minerals, the chips, and the software. The US and its allies want to make sure AI development stays safe and under Western standards. It's about making sure the brains of the future are built with our values, not theirs. Double tap, hit the like button, because somebody said something about Xi Jinping playing Trump. You know, you know what I'm saying? Let's go over it again, man. Let's go over it again, man. I did some research for y'all, and I know y'all be in the barbershops. I know you might be in the barbershop and you might be having a debate. So I like to create things for you to help you with you in the barbershop having your debate. So this is something for you to go over, you know, when you in the barbershop. This is the type of research I do for you guys, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Key goals, who wants what? U.S. tech goals, China tech goals. This is my research. Now, this is not something you can find on Google. This is not something that you will see on the news. I created this table for you guys. No one else has this. I didn't get this from anyone. I created this with my own research. So check this out. U.S. tech goals. This is what we're talking about. What is the agenda? Why is NVIDIA there? Why is Apple there? Why is Tesla there? There's nobody from Iran, Russia, nobody from Gaza, Israel. Everybody wants to say, Israel did this, Israel did this, Israel did this. There's nobody there from Israel. Nothing I'm talking about has anything to do with Israel. Nothing. It has nothing to do with Israel. There's no Israel. There's no Jews. Double tap hit the like button. But there is a lot about the future of America and your children. If you don't know what Web 3.0 is, if you don't know about the semiconductors, if you don't know about AI, if you don't know about quantum computing, you need to pay attention so that your children have a chance. And I believe I elected Trump because Trump understands and he wants my child to have a chance. Yours too. Key goals, U.S. tech goals, market access, get NVIDIA and Micron back into Chinese data centers. China's tech goals that contrast that sanction relief, kill the entity list that blocks Hawaii and others from U.S. tech. As I just explained to you, we have a no-fly list. Currently, we don't allow Google and NVIDIA to sell certain software and tools to Chinese companies. This is one of the things we're going to talk about. In the chat, somebody said, I don't want them to have this access. How do you feel about that? Do you want Chinese to have access? Do you want them to have access to these things? Double tap said, Raymond said hi. Shelly said hi. Ado said hi. What's up to you, Raymond? What's up to you, Shelly? What's up to you, Ado? What's up to everybody in the chat? Double tap, hit the like button. Hit the super chat. Hit the super chat. Hit the Cash App. We have a goal of $150 in the first hour or two. We want to hit that goal as soon as possible because we don't want to have to shut down the podcast. So hit the super chat, hit the Cash App. The goal is $150 in the first 120 minutes. Double tap, hit the like button, hit the super chat. Shout out to everybody watching, man. Jose said, what's up, Jose? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Jose said hello. What's up to you, David? And Bridge gifted out some memberships. Thank you to Bridge for gifting out the membership. Members has its privilege. Members has its privilege. What we're talking about today is the Trump trip to China. And we're talking about what the agenda will be, what the tech agenda, not just the only agenda. We're going to talk about Iran. We're going to talk about the oil. But right now, we're going over the tech agenda. And in the background, what we got is the regal reception for Trump getting off of Air Force One. Market access, IP protection, end the forced technology transfer for U.S. companies in China, AI parity, stop the U.S. from gatekeeping the high-end GPU manufacturing tools. That's what China wants. What we want is to stop China from forcing the technology transfers. Cyber peace, no hack pack on critical American civilian infrastructure. That's what America will be discussing. Biotech freedom from the Chinese side. Prevent U.S. restrictions on Chinese genomics and medical data firms. So we have a lot of things to talk about that people would not really understand. Data center power. Let's go over some more stuff, man. Y'all want to go over some more tech stuff. So on the plane, who's in the building? Who's in the building? The tech cabinet. So we're going over the tech agenda and who's flying with Trump. Yinxing Hong, NVIDIA, the most critical man on the trip. He pushes to unlock the 50 billion. Listen, you guys. 50 billion Chinese market for AI chips, like the H200s, currently stalled by export controls. Also, traveling with Trump, part of this summit, Elon Musk, riding shotgun on Air Force One. How many people knew these are the people there? How many people knew this is the agenda? You got the main guy from NVIDIA, Elon Musk, the owner and head of Tesla, riding shotgun on Air Force One. His focus is twofold: securing the future of Tesla's FSD, full self-driving in China. Do you guys know that? And ensuring XAI doesn't fall behind in the global computer race. Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, the veteran of Chinese supply chains, he's there to ensure the red lines don't snap the iPhone manufacturing spine. Remember, the iPhone is manufactured in China. So Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, just like NVIDIA, are struggling under Trump tariffs, right? Because how do they make so much money? How does Apple and NVIDIA have more money than a damn country? How does NVIDIA have more money than Japan? How does Apple have more money than the country? Well, they make so much money off the iPhone because they make it in China under slave wages, right? So they want to make sure they can make the iPhone for less than $1 and pay people less than $1, but not have to incur any tariffs. Because right now, under Trump tariffs, they have to give up something. right? You have to give the American people something. You've been making so much profit. You make the iPhone in China for pennies because China doesn't pay their people, and then you ship it over here for free because there's low tariffs. Now Trump is charging these guys. NVIDIA has to pay. Apple has to pay. So Tim Cook is there to negotiate these tariffs because it's affecting his bottom line. Double tap hit the like button. Sanjay from Micron, fighting to reverse Beijing's ban on Micron chips and Chinese infrastructure. The discussion topics, the Silicon Ultimatum, the meetings at Great Hall, AI governance and safety. The meetings at Great Hall, people aren't just polite, they are clinical. The U.S. is using leverage and lock strategy. A surprise agenda item, both sides are weighing Silicon Guardrail Agreement, essentially an AI hotline to prevent autonomous systems from triggering a kinetic war. So we're so far in AI. This is when I talk about, when I say, everything is not going to be about Iran. We're so far advanced when it comes to AI that one of the major discussion points in China is getting a peace agreement between the major countries who are developing AI, that we put in a fail-safe that the AI systems don't go off on their own and trigger a kinetic war. Do you guys know that that's how far we were with AI? Did you guys know that's how far advanced AI is and how much AI is interwoven into the military, right? AI governance and safety, a surprise agenda item. Both sides are weighing a Silicon Guardrail Agreement, essentially an AI hotline to prevent autonomous systems from triggering a kinetic war. What autonomous systems? We don't know about. Holy moly, Batman. We have autonomous systems with the power to trigger kinetic war. How many people knew that? To the point that we got to have a peace agreement with China. We're not talking about, people think we're talking about Iran. We got Iran under control. We got Iran under control. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go over the high stakes agenda. We're watching Trump come off the Air Force One looking regal. We're watching Trump come off of Air Force One looking like a king. Now let's compare what we're seeing in the background. I'm reading to you the agenda. As we look at Trump coming off the plane, I'm reading to you the agenda of the technocrats who will be there and what they will discuss. I don't know what you thought they would discuss in China. I want to know from you in the chat, what did you think they would discuss? What would you like them to discuss? But I am reading to you the agenda of the technocrats who are there, the CEO of Apple, the CEO of Tesla, and NVIDIA. We're talking over trillions and trillions of dollars. We're talking larger than China, larger than Japan. We're talking about the big dogs, right? They say Elon Musk is going to be the first trillionaire. How many people heard that? So I'm going to play a video as I read to you the agenda items. In this video, you're going to see a juxtaposition. You're going to see Barack Obama getting off the Air Force One in 2016, being received by the Chinese, compared to Trump 10 years later in 2026, being received by the Chinese. A couple things you should take into account as you watch these videos. When Trump's reception is happening, there are tariffs on China. Barack Obama would never even dream of lobbying tariffs, let alone 145% tariff on China. The other contextual understanding is that we're in Iran and we've stopped the Straits of Hormuz from sending oil to China. Obama gave Iran $1.7 trillion, open up the straits. He would never dream of closing the straits or threatening Iran and stopping oil leaving Iran and going to China. We don't even did that in Iran, but we've done that in Venezuela. So when you watch this video, when you watch Obama being received like a little league coach and you watch President Trump being received like a fucking king, keep in context that there are tariffs and that we have closed the Straits of Hormuz. So let me go back. Take a look at this juxtaposition, and I'll go back to my agenda. This is the high stakes agenda that's going to be discussed in China. The U.S. goals, the Trump list, Iran and Hormuz, reopen the Straits of Hormuz to stop energy price spike. China's goal, the Xi Jinping list, tariff relief, cut the 145% tariffs Trump threatened / enacted last year. How many people knew about this? The way Trump is being received on this video, one of the things that they're going to talk about is a 145% tariff, yet they receive him like a king, and they treated Barack Obama like a little league coach. Let's keep going. Another thing on Trump's list, the fentanyl stop, non-negotiable, crack down on chemical precursors that are needed to create the fentanyl drug, crushing America. Over 100,000 dead a year. And don't forget, that's also why we went to Venezuela. Taiwan de-escalation. This is China goal. Stop or reduce U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. That's number 2 on Xi's list. Number 3 on Trump's list. The Board of Trade, a new oversight body to ensure China actually buys the Beans and Boeings. Holy moly, Batman. I didn't tell you guys about the Boeing deal. Y'all, oh man. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm excited. MAGA's excited. I'm so excited. Comey's indicted. And I'm just so happy I can't even hide it. So there's a deal on the table with China and 500 Boeing airplanes. I'll get into the details. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So the Board of Trade, a new oversight body to ensure China actually buys the Beans and Boeings. So there's a Boeing deal on the table. Tech access. So number 3 on Xi's list, tech access, ease the sanctions on NVIDIA's AI chips and semiconductor tech. So I talked about that earlier because we have this rule that we block Google or NVIDIA from selling China tech or software. Tell me how you feel about that in the chat. That's what they're going to discuss. China wants access, you guys. Russia wants access. And Trump wants to benefit monetarily. Double tap hit the like button. AI safety, establishing a silicon guardrail so AI doesn't trigger a hot war. I'm so amazed to learn about this. I'm so happy I've done my research, and I'm so happy you're here to watch and learn about what's truly going on geopolitically. I didn't know we were that advanced in AI. I didn't know AI was that interwoven into our military, right? So one of the key things that will be discussed in China and Beijing is establishing a silicon guardrail so AI doesn't trigger a hot war on both sides. And I didn't even know that was a thing. Market access. This is China, number 4. Re-entry into the U.S. markets for Chinese EV and battery tech. So along with the tariffs, we have blocked China from selling Chinese EVs and battery tech in America. How many people love YouTube? I love YouTube. How many people are real fans of YouTube? You watch the food videos. I love the food videos. You watch the car videos. I love the car videos, right? So on the car videos, one of the trends, so if you watch the food videos or the car videos, you notice trends. They do hot stuff. They do fried chicken sandwiches. They do smash burgers. These are all trends, and popular food tubers, they do all these trends. One of the things popular in CarTube is reviewing Chinese EVs. And they are awesome. How many people who watch YouTube, love YouTube, watch the food videos, watch the car videos, have seen some of these Chinese EVs? The video starts like this. If they sold this in America, Ford would be in trouble. You know what I'm saying? How many people have seen that video? If they sold this in America, Ford would be in trouble. I love these videos. And then they go on to show a minivan or a sports car that's only available in China. This is a Chinese minivan. It has this many seats. It has this many engines. And it's only this much money, but it's only available in China. We can't have it here. How many people have seen that on CarTube? I've seen that. One of the things being discussed in China, in Beijing, is the re-entry into the U.S. market of Chinese EVs and battery tech. So some of those cars, I don't know how it will go. You let me know in the chat. Would you like some of those Chinese EVs that you see on CarTube to be able to be sold in America? You know what I'm saying? The Daewoo, the Hawaii, you know what I'm saying? All of those cars that you see in CarTube. Would you like those cars in America? Is that a deal you would like Trump and Xi to make? Double tap hit the like button. Let me know in the chat right now. That's on the horizon. That's one of the potential things that may be discussed. So here's the itinerary. Here's the itinerary for everybody watching. In the background, what you're watching, in the contrast, you're seeing Donald Trump come off the plane, juxtaposed to Barack Obama come off the plane. Barack Obama is arriving in Beijing in 2016. No red carpet, no band, no kids, no flag, no regalia, nothing. Barack Obama gets off the plane by himself. Nobody's there to receive him. He looks like a little league coach. He looks like a semi-pro. And then you see Trump coming off the Air Force One on the bottom of the screen, red carpet. You got regalia, you got bands, you got banners, you got stars, spangle. You got the whole nine, y'all. I mean, you can't ignore the differences. One looks like a little league, one looks like major leagues. One looks like semi-pro, one looks like Michael Jordan. I can't ignore it. You can't ignore it. That's just what it looks like, right? This is America on Obama. This is America on Trump. Which one would you vote for? And I can't lie. I mean, you can look at it and look and see. Even Air Force One looks dingy. It looks like a Greyhound bus. You know what I'm saying? Look what Trump comes off of Air Force One. It looks like a spaceship. You got red carpets. You got Hegseth. You got Marco Rubio. You got Elon Musk. You got some of the richest men in the world. Elon Musk is going to be a trillionaire. He gets off the plane with Trump. Elon Musk is going to be the first trillionaire. He gets off the plane with Trump. NVIDIA has a larger market cap than Japan. They get off the plane with Trump. Elon Musk, NVIDIA, the CEO of Apple. Apple builds their iPhones in China. He gets off the plane with Trump. I can't make this up. I can't make this up. I can't make this up. This is a reality. One of them look like a damn elementary school play, and one looks like Broadway. And you can't lie and tell me you don't see the differences. You don't see elementary school. You don't see elementary school. You don't see a Broadway production. I see elementary school. I see strings. I see someone helping you with the lines, and then I see a Broadway production. There's two things here. One thing is produced, one thing is not, and I cannot lie anymore. Teacher, I shall not tell a lie. Okay, let's go over the itinerary. Day one, May 13th, arrival and tea reception. This is a soft opening, setting the vibe before the heavy lifting. Day two, May 14th, the Grand Summit. This is the main event at the Great Hall of People. Expect a state banquet in the evening and maximum regal optics. You can't ignore what we're seeing here. You can't ignore what we're seeing. And I said, look at this right here. This is from the White House. And I reminded everybody, Xi Jinping did not meet Trump. Xi Jinping did not meet Trump. This is the Chinese vice president. How many people knew Xi Jinping did not meet Trump? This is the Chinese vice president, right? This is the Chinese vice president. But what I said is look at this moment. We just saw Obama get off of Air Force One. That moment in time, how many of you just saw that for the first time? And you'll probably never see that again. It's not memorable. It's not memorable. It won't go down in history. But this right here, look at this. Look at it. It looks like I wish I had the Star Wars music in the background. You know what I'm saying? Doom, doom, da, doom, doom. You know, when the Emperor comes out in Star Wars, when Darth Vader, doom, doom, da, doom, doom. That's what this shit looks like. It's that fucking powerful, bro. It looks produced. Look at it. Look at it. This is epic, bro. What I said was, this is so epic that the president, when he gets these photos, when Xi Jinping gets this photo right here, look at this. They stopped. They stopped because it was so epic. When Xi Jinping gets this photo, he's going to be pissed that he wasn't there. This is a moment in history. This is a moment in time. People will look back in history and say, this is Trump in his meeting with Xi Jinping in Beijing. And people will say, well, what was so special about this meeting? What was so special was Trump had shut down the Straits of Hormuz for 2 months when he got this reception. Trump had levied 145% tariff on China when he got this reception. Trump had already taken Venezuela and all of the oil, knowing that illegal back market oil via illegal sanctioned oil takers was going to China. And he got this reception. Double tap, hit the like button. That's what's so powerful about this moment. That's what's so powerful. Let me go back to the agenda, what's going to happen when they're there. So day one is today. This is the arrival. Tomorrow is the grand summit, and that's going to be more optics. Day 3, May 15th, business roundtable and departure. This is where the Boeing deal and the Board of Trade details get hammered out. Let me go into the Boeing deal. I keep saying the Boeing deal. Key discussion topics, the Boeing mega deal. It's MAGA Wednesday. Double tap, hit the like button. MAGA Wednesday. Perfect time to podcast. Hit the subscribe, like, and share. Double tap, hit the like button. Shout out to Bridge for gifting those memberships. The Boeing mega deal. Rumors are circulating that a record-breaking order of 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets is on the table as a peace offering from Beijing to balance the trade deficit. This is the first time I'm learning about this. I love my MAGA, I love my Trump, and I love my America first, MAGA first. And when I hear about this, especially understanding how TSA agents was hurt, especially how I understand intimately how air traffic controllers were hurt, not only in 2025 in a 45-day shutdown, but in 2026 in a 70-day shutdown. So when I hear about Boeing and a 500 plane deal on the table, I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. So there's a Boeing mega deal, and rumors are circulating. There's a Boeing mega deal, and rumors are circulating that 500 planes could be for sale. 500 planes. That's amazing, man. 500 737 MAX jets. And let's get into the other piece, right? So that's on the table as a peace offering from Beijing. Now, keep in mind, as I keep reminding you, that they want to do this despite the tariffs and despite where we are. Double tap, hit the like button. Despite the tariffs and despite where we are, that's what they want to do. And I'm happy about it. I'm excited about it. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm so excited about it. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast on YouTube. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. How's everybody? Let's keep going. Double tap, hit the like button. What other video do we have? What other video do we have? I got more for you guys. Let's keep going with Trump and China at the Beijing summit. Trump and China at the Beijing summit. This is Trump being received. This is Trump stopping the motorcade. This is Elon Musk. So this is the attendees. You got his son there. Look at who is coming. Look who all is coming. Look who all is coming there. Look who all is coming. We got all these people in the building. We got all these people in the building. We got all these people in the building. Look who's coming to play. 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 Name the people. Name the people who you see right here. I see the family. I see Elon Musk. I see leaders from Apple. I see leaders from everywhere. This is Trump and how he shows up. This is Trump and how he shows up. This is Trump and how he shows up. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody get the likes up. Let me get some super chats. Let's get some super chats going. Let's get some super chats going. Let's get the Cash App going. Double tap everybody. Double tap everybody. Double tap everybody. Let's get the super chats going. Let's get the super chats going. Let's get the gifts going. Let's get everything going. Let's get the likes going. Let's get the shares. All of my mods and memberators, don't just like, share the show. Everybody watching right now, hit the like button. Do me a big favor. It's absolutely free. Absolutely free. Everybody watching right now, hit the like button. It's absolutely free. Hit the subscribe button. It's absolutely free. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. It's absolutely free. We just going through. We just having a good MAGA Wednesday. Another MAGA Wednesday talking about Trump. And we're going to go to P. Hegseth in a minute. We're going to go to P. Hegseth in a minute. We're going to go to P. Hegseth in a minute. We're going to go to P. Hegseth in a minute. We're going to go to P. Hegseth in a minute. We just going through having a good MAGA Wednesday. And the vibe feels so good, man. I mean, it's a warm day here in Northern California. We got a heat wave. We got 90-degree weather. It's beautiful. I worked out today. I had a good workout. And you know how sometime when you have a workout and my workout flow right into, shout out to Bridge, man. Shout out to Bridge. I want to know, how do you gift memberships? I don't even know. Somebody said, I saw Auntie saying that you could gift everybody, every creator can gift 5 memberships. And I don't even know how to do that. I want to know how you gift membership. So, but somebody could help me out with that. Just going through having a, you know, when I be doing my speeches and I'll be flowing, it's like that's when they know they could go crazy. That's when they know they could go crazy. I'll be giving up my information, and that's when they be like, oh, we could go crazy now. And it's like they get high. It's like they get high on the comments, right? They start once they figure out they could say one mean thing, it's like a mean girl thing. Once they figure out they could say one mean thing, they start saying a bunch of mean things like, "Ooh, we could say mean stuff. We could say," they buzz like kids. "Ooh, we could say mean stuff. We could say mean stuff. I'm gonna keep saying mean stuff. We could say mean stuff." What's up to you, my brother? What's up with you? We could say mean stuff. He's gonna let us say mean stuff. That's what they do. They get, like I say, I call them premature ejaculators. I call them premature ejaculators. As soon as that's what they do. I can say mean stuff. Ooh, I'm gonna say another mean comment. I can say mean stuff. Huh? That's how they be acting. Premature ejaculator. You know, I feel sorry. I know y'all don't have no girlfriends, but I was gonna say I feel sorry, but y'all don't got no girlfriends. But that's how they be acting. Premature ejaculators, man. Premature ejaculator. Let's get back into it, man. I was just doing housekeeping. You know, we gotta do some housekeeping. You know, I'm from the 70s, man. I like to keep a clean house, man. I like to keep a clean house. Put a one in the chat if you down with the house cleaning. Put a one in the chat if you down with the house cleaning. I like to keep a clean house. Double tap hit the like button. How you doing, brother? How you doing, brother? Just so this is another angle. I don't think we saw this angle. I think, remember when I said last time when they stopped, this is why he stopped. They just stopped. This is Trump being received in Beijing. This is Trump being received in Beijing to just a regal reception, red carpet, just people everywhere. The vice president, that's not the president. That's not Xi. That's the vice president. But you got band, you got military, you got children, you got dancers. And this is another perspective from the video that we saw earlier. So you can see how enormous this moment was, why they stopped, why Trump had this look on his face, why he's taking it in. Double tap. I want us all to look at what's happening. I want all of us to take it in. Keep in mind about the tariffs. Keep in mind about Iran and the Straits of Hormuz closure. But yet and still, this is the reception by the Chinese people. I love that last bit, just in case, like the Democrats like to say, like that was only like a 5 people. That was not a lot of people. I like this last bit. Let's look at the last bit so you can see why Trump was overwhelmed. So you can see, look how many people are actually there. You see this right here. It looks like a lot of people, but when they pan around and you see how they got to protect the safety, you can see how many people are actually there and truly, genuinely excited. Look how many people are actually there and genuinely excited as we go to the end of the video. This is Trump being received in Beijing for a 3-day summit. We're going to talk about major technocratic agenda. We got Elon Musk, we got Nvidia, we got Apple, we got trillions of dollars being represented by the Americans, top CEOs, top software. Look at how many people there. Look how many people there. This is Trump being received by Beijing. This is everybody there. Elon Musk, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, the whole team is there. Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio kicking major ass in Cuba, kicking major ass in Venezuela. Marco Rubio, Trump was asked the other day, what do you think of Marco Rubio? He said, Marco Rubio is going to do great in 2028. He's been doing so great. He's maybe one of the greatest secretaries of defenses that we ever had. He is the reason we were so successful in Venezuela. He is the reason we're being so successful in Cuba. Here is Marco Rubio here, right here. I heard they had to change his name to get him in the country, but we ain't going to talk about that right now. Pete Hegseth, and you know what I call him? Pete Hega, baby! Department of War right here. Pete Hega, baby! Elon Musk. This is who's on the agenda. Larry Fink. You see NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA CEO back there. Y'all see NVIDIA. This is the Americans all in the same outfit, color match. This is how you do it, bro. This is how you do it, bro. We all got the same color on. We all got the same color tie on. We representing something. We got trillions of dollars. If people keep talking about China this and China that, China don't got no lineup like this. China don't got no lineup like this. We talking about trillions of dollars coming off the plane. We talking about trillions of dollars coming off the plane. We talking about trillions of dollars coming off the plane. Look at this. China ain't got no lineup like this. China ain't got no lineup like this. This how we come into the show. It's like Magic Johnson and Jordan coming to play ball. You know what I'm saying? It's like Magic Johnson and Jordan coming to play ball. And this is what it's looking like, man. Yeah, man. It's a hell of a show for America. How many people proud to be American? How many people proud to be American today? This a hell of a show for America right here. This a hell of a show for America right here. I love it, man. I love it, man. The way we look, right? Huh? The way we look, the agenda, the way China is receiving us. I mean, come on, man. This is amazing, man. This is amazing, man. I'm actually proud. I'm actually proud to be an American. I'm proud for our president. You know, people think we don't like China. That ain't true. That ain't true, man. That ain't true. We want to see China do well. We want to have agreement with China, just like with Russia. We want to have a good agreement with Russia. You know what I'm saying? We want to have a good agreement with Russia. We want to have a good agreement with Russia, you know, and a fruitful agreement, a fruitful, positive agreement that is monetarily beneficial to Americans, right? We talk about Trump being received in China. We talk about Trump being received in China. Trump has landed in China for the second time in 10 months. Xi Jinping has not traveled to the U.S. China is the real superpower. Oh my God. What is wrong with some people?
Yep.
Air Force One landed in Beijing.
Yep.
Air Force One. This Air Force One arrived in Beijing. Trump arrives in China for a peace summit. Double tap, hit the like button. This is the United States arriving in Air Force One arriving in Beijing right now. Donald Trump getting off the plane. Air Force One arriving in Beijing right now. Donald Trump for a 3-day summit with Xi Jinping. We're breaking down the agenda and the itinerary. Let me know in the chat. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like. Let me know in the chat what you think Trump should be discussing. Is Iran going to be a focal point? We are watching Trump arrive in Beijing. Trump arrives in Beijing for a 3-day summit. We're going over the agenda. We're going over the agenda. Donald Trump arriving in Beijing for a 3-day summit. Donald Trump arriving in Beijing for a 3-day summit. Donald Trump arriving in Beijing for a 3-day summit. Get the likes up. Get the likes up, everybody. Let me see some super chats. We ain't hit our goal yet. We're going to be closing down soon. We ain't hit our goal yet. We got a $150 goal. Hit the super chat. Hit the Cash App. Hit the super chat. Hit the subscribe. Hit the like, share, subscribe. We got to hit our $150 goal. Y'all going to be watching somebody else talk about this shit. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get the super chats going. Let's get our goal going. Let's have a good show. Let's get the support going. Double tap, hit the like button. Oh, I like this angle. Oh, look at this. Look at this angle. Donald Trump arriving in Beijing. Red carpet, royal reception. This is how China, now keep in context, we got the Straits of Hormuz been closed since February. China's digging into their oil reserves. They say that China has about 6 months of oil in reserves, so they feel like they can wait out this conflict in Iran. I told you the CIA assessment is that Iran has about 3 months worth of food left. So China is not sweating the Iranian conflict in the way a layperson may think, right? And Iran does not have the leverage that a layperson may think, because guess who's not at this agreement? Guess who's not in Beijing right now? Guess who's not in Beijing? Iran. The IRGC is not at the table. No one gives a fuck what they have to say. This deal is going to be made with or without them. Fuck Iran. Fuck Iran. Iran ain't got shit to say. Keep that in mind. Guess who else not there? Israel's not there. For all of the player haters, Israel's not there. Iran is not there. This is about America. This is about Google. This is about NVIDIA. This is about Elon. This is about trillions of dollars in tech. Not only there are small-minded, racist, anti-Semitic tropes. This is about America first. It's about MAGA. Double tap hit the like button. I swear, I tell you, I say Xi Jinping is going to regret not being here. Xi Jinping did not meet Trump on the tarmac. And I argue that Xi Jinping, when he sees the photos, when he sees the social media, I argue Xi Jinping is going to say, I wish I was there. When Xi Jinping sees everything and how everything played out and rolled out, I argue Xi Jinping is going to say, I wish I was there. I argue Xi Jinping is going to say, I wish I was there. Look at NVIDIA CEO, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, everybody. That's a hell of a lineup. That's a hell of a lineup. It's looking like the dream team. We looking like the dream team. It's looking like the dream team. I mean, we looking like the dream motherfucking team. We looking like the dream motherfucking team. Look at us, man. NVIDIA, Elon, CEOs, trillions of dollars in market share, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, baby Trump, little Trump, sorry Trump, let's go. And look at them, they just stopped. They stopped, and then Trump said to him, do you see this? Even the vice president had to say, yo, I didn't know it was going to be like this. Even the vice president is surprised. The Chinese vice president is looking, Trump and them are looking at each other like, did you plan this? Did you know it would be like this? He's saying, no, I didn't know it would be like this. They fucking love Trump. Look. He's like, holy fucking shit. Trump is like, holy fucking, look at him. Yo, Trump. You gotta look. Look. They both are like, holy moly, Batman. They both looked at each other like, is this happening? Let's get a photo. Is this happening? Yeah, Trump, it's happening. You're the greatest president to ever live, Trump. We love you, Trump. China loves you. Everybody loves you, Trump. You are supposed to be here. This is what you're supposed to be doing. Double tap hit the like button.
The arrival down the steps of the principal. We're actually 250 feet away, but yeah, that's Donald Trump being welcomed onto the red carpet through the gauntlet of Beijing students waving Chinese and the stars and stripes of the United States, welcomed at the foot of the steps by the vice president of China, also the ambassador to Beijing, David Perdue, alongside that Vice President Hang Zheng. It is quite the spectacle that the military have been enlisted to play a welcome march, we are told, not the Chinese national anthem, not the United States national anthem, but it's all very cordial at Beijing International Airport as we watch Donald Trump make his evening arrival. It's just after 8 p.m. in the evening, so which is why he's arriving in darkness. Quite a crowd of press, I can tell you, here, Jane. The Chinese very interested in events as they will unfold over the next couple of days. So much riding on this for them, of course. I'm looking around at a Chinese press pack of around 100 Western journalists here too. And Donald Trump will make his way towards the beast. That's his destination at the end of that. red carpet as he walks alongside the Chinese Vice President Han Zheng. And he'll enter the Beast, the presidential limousine, in a convoy of something like 40 vehicles, make his way to central Beijing. And after overnighting, then the real business of this visit will begin. Let's just listen to the welcome here on the tarmac at Beijing. So there you go, Jane. Those were words of welcome from 300 Beijing students on the tarmac at the international airport. Jie Liu Hang Ying, they shouted, they repeated to their guests. They're very important guests, very important for a whole number of reasons in terms of the economy, the war in Iran, avoiding a war over Taiwan, very much in the minds of Donald Trump and of President Xi when they get together in the Great Hall in central Beijing tomorrow morning. That's when the negotiations will start. Elon Musk, we've seen him on the red carpet, also next to Lara and Eric Trump. The rest of the political party, that includes Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That's interesting because he's a man who has twice been sanctioned by the Chinese. When he was a senator, he spoke out against human rights abuses in China. The way the Chinese have got around that to get him into the country tonight is they tweaked the spelling of his second name. That has enabled him here to be present here on Air Force One in and around these critical meetings. So Donald Trump now inside the Beast in the middle of that presidential convoy, which will make its way into central Beijing for a series of meetings about a whole host of matters.
Double tap at the like button and subscribe if you're just tuning in. We're watching Trump arriving in Beijing for a 3-day summit. Double tap, hit the like button, subscribe if you're just tuning in. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast. We're watching Trump arriving in Beijing for a 3-day summit.
We can see the arrival down the steps of the principal. We're actually 250 feet away, but yeah, that's Donald Trump being welcomed onto the red carpet.
Rose said hello. Hello, Rose. I see you. Can I call you Rose? Can I call you? 'Cause you look like a flower.
Through the gauntlet of Beijing students waving Chinese and the stars and stripes of the United States, welcomed at the foot of the steps by the Vice President of China, also the ambassador to Beijing, David Perdue, alongside that Vice President.
So President Xi Jinping did not meet Trump on the tarmac. Vice President of China met Trump on the tarmac. Xi Jinping is not meeting Trump on the tarmac.
Han Zheng. It is quite the spectacle that the military have been enlisted to play a welcome march, we are told, not the Chinese national anthem, not the United States national anthem, but it's all very cordial at Beijing International Airport as we watch Donald Trump make his evening arrival. It's just after 8 p.m. in the evening, so which is why he's arriving in darkness. Quite a crowd of press, I can tell you, here, Jane, the Chinese very interested in events as they will unfold over the next couple of days. So much riding on this for them, of course. I'm looking around at a Chinese press pack of around 100 Western journalists here too. And Donald Trump will make his way towards the beast. That's his destination at the end of that red carpet as he walks alongside the Chinese Vice President Han Zheng. And he'll enter the beast, the presidential limousine, in a convoy of something like 40 vehicles, make his way to central Beijing. And after overnighting, then the real business of this visit will begin. Let's just listen to the welcome here on the tarmac at Beijing. So there you go, Jane. Those were words of welcome from 300 Beijing students on the tarmac at the international airport. Zhe Liu Hang Ying, they shouted, they repeated to their guests, their very important guest, very important for a whole number of reasons in terms of the economy, the war in Iran, avoiding a war over Taiwan, very much in the minds of Donald Trump and of President Xi when they get together in the Great Hall in central Beijing tomorrow morning. That's when the negotiations will start. Elon Musk, we've seen him on the red carpet, also next to Lara and Eric Trump. The rest of the political party, that includes Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That's interesting because he's a man who has twice been sanctioned by the Chinese. When he was a senator, he spoke out against human rights abuses in China. The way the Chinese have got around that to get him into the country tonight is they tweaked the spelling of his second name. That has enabled him to be present here on Air Force One in and around these critical meetings. So Donald Trump now inside the beast in the middle of that presidential convoy, which will make its way into central Beijing for a series of meetings about a whole host of matters.
So Donald Trump in Beijing, getting off the Air Force One. Let's go over some of the agenda items that will be discussed. Everybody double tap. So they mentioned a couple things. 4 key decision topics that entail the Boeing mega deal. Rumors are circulating that a record-breaking order of 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets is on the table as a peace offering for Beijing to balance the trade deficit. The Board of Trade. Trump wants a permanent Board of Trade, a board of investment to manage implementation. Translation: he doesn't trust them to follow through on phase 1 promises without a watchdog. Double tap, hit the like button. Trump was greeted. Let me keep going. So the U.S. goals: Iran and Hormuz, reopen the Straits of Hormuz to stop the energy price spike. The fentanyl stop. Trump also wants a non-negotiable crackdown on chemical precursors. Also, the Board of Trade that I just discussed, a new oversight body to ensure China actually buys the beans and the Boeings. AI safety. Establish a silicon guardrail so AI doesn't trigger a hot war. We discussed the silicon guardrail earlier. I'll go over it again. This is Xi's top wants in the negotiation. China's goals. China is looking for tariff relief. Xi Jinping is hoping that Trump will cut the 145% tariffs that he threatened and enacted last year. Xi Jinping would also like Taiwan de-escalation, stop or reduce U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. This is on China's list of wants. Tech access, ease the sanction on NVIDIA AI chips and semiconductor tech. You see the CEO of NVIDIA, the CEO of Apple, and also Elon Musk. Why is NVIDIA there? Why is Apple there? Why is Elon Musk there? Currently in America, we have a block. We do not allow Google or NVIDIA to sell chips or tech to Chinese companies. This is one of the things that China would like to discuss. Market access. China would like to re-enter into the U.S. market and sell Chinese EVs and battery tech. I said earlier, how many people love YouTube? How many people watch the food tubers and the car tubers? One of the most popular trends on car YouTube is the car tubers who show Chinese EVs that are so great, but they start the video and say, hey, this is a Chinese EV. If they sold this in America, Ford would be in trouble. How many of you have seen those car YouTubers showing the Chinese EVs, right? So one of the things that China is going to be discussing is the fact that we do currently have a ban on Chinese EVs and battery tech. China wants to re-enter the American market and sell those beautiful Chinese EVs that we see on car YouTube in the American market. But not only that, but their battery tech. Details of the Boeing mega deal is its 500 737 MAX jets is on the table as a peace offering. Like I said before, the Board of Trade is a board to ensure that they actually go through with buying. The bottom line, Xi wants stability to fix his flattering economy. Trump wants tangible wins. Boeing's soybeans, fentanyl to take back the voters for 2026 midterms. Double tap, hit the like button. But they also have a tech agenda. Let's go over the itinerary. We're looking at day 13. The arrival is today. The tea reception, a soft opening, and setting the vibe before the heavy lifting. Day 2, tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. and we'll go over the Grand Summit. This is the main event at the Great Hall, and people expect a state banquet in the evening and maximum regal optics. Day 3, May 15th, business roundtable and departure. This is where the Boeing deal and the Board of Trade details get hammered out. We're going to be there for the whole 3 days, and we're going to go over all of the details. We're going to go over right now the tech agenda. So that's the overall Trump agenda. But we have Elon Musk in the room. We have NVIDIA in the room. So why is NVIDIA there? We got Hensing Hong from NVIDIA, the most critical man on the trip. He's pushing to unlock a $50 billion Chinese market for AI chips like the H200s, currently stalled by export controls. Do y'all understand what's going to be talked about? Elon Musk is on the plane. He is there to discuss. His focus is twofold. He wants to secure the future of Tesla FSD, full self-driving in China, and ensure that XAI doesn't fall behind in the global computer race. Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, the veteran of Chinese supply chains, he's there to ensure red lines don't snap the iPhone manufacturing spine. As you know, iPhones are manufactured in China, and China benefits. Double tap, hit the like button. China benefits, and also Apple benefits from low wages in China, and also Apple used to benefit from low tariffs, so they were able to make phones in China for a little bit of nothing, right? They were able to make phones in China for a little bit of nothing because of the labor and the wages and the cheap goods, and then sell those iPhones for thousands of percentage of increases and never pay anything for them. Under Trump, they're being forced to pay their tariffs and pay their fair share. So that's why Apple is there. That's why NVIDIA is there. Let's keep going. Sanjay from Micron, fighting to reverse Beijing's ban on microchips in Chinese infrastructure. AI governance and safety, a surprise agenda item from both sides is weighing in on the Silicon Guardrail Agreement, essentially an AI hotline to prevent autonomous systems from triggering a kinetic war. When I read this, I was surprised. I didn't know our AI was that advanced. I didn't know our AI was that interwoven into the military. Our Chinese AI was that advanced that there may be an issue that the Chinese, it just sounds like a comic book, right? They are discussing the fact that the American AI and the American AI military and the Chinese AI military could possibly go and fight each other autonomously without human intervention. I said, what? So they want to create a peace agreement and guardrails to stop both of our AIs, stop China's AI, and stop America's AI to stop a kinetic war autonomously without the humans. Don't that sound like some type of Matrix type of shit? Don't that sound like some Matrix type of vibe? Like, it doesn't even sound believable, but that's one of the things that's going to be discussed in China. It's called AI governance and safety. It's called a Silicon Guardrail. If you want to Google it, Silicon Guardrail. This is an agreement that stops autonomous triggering of a kinetic war. The Match Act counter move. China is furious about the new U.S. bill, the Match Act, that tries to force Japan and the Netherlands to tighten chip equipment exports. Trump is using this as a bargaining chip. Literally, he'll hold back the Match Act if Xi gives on fentanyl and the Iran oil blockade. These are the leverages. These are the leverages. Double tap hit the like button. These are the leverages that they're using. That was my brother Roger. The legacy chip flood. The U.S. is demanding China dumping cheap legacy chips, older tech used in cars and appliances into the global market, which is killing Western competitors. So Trump is demanding that China stop dumping these cheap legacy chips into the market. I don't think Iran is a major discussion point. Let's keep going. Data center power. We're talking about the tech agenda, why Elon Musk is there, why the CEO of Apple is there, why the CEO of NVIDIA is there. Data center power. Back home, Trump just signed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. He's telling tech bros they can have the energy they need for AI, but they have to pay for it. The China connection. Trump is telling Xi that the new West doesn't need China's green new scam tech anymore. He's doubling down on American clean coal and nuclear power, the AI boom, signaling that the U.S. is decoupling from Chinese solar and battery dominance. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go down the U.S. tech wants and the Chinese tech wants. The U.S. tech goals. Market access. Get NVIDIA and Micron back into Chinese data centers. How do you guys feel about that? Because we have to worry about whether China is going to be on our side going forward. This is like making China a friend now. If we give access to these things, we're saying China and I are partners. Double tap at the like button. Let me know what you feel about these things in the chat. IP protection. In the forced technology transfer from U.S. companies to China. So I guess when you do a deal with China, they force you to sign over your IP. Cyber peace. A no-hack pact on critical American civilian infrastructure. These are the American U.S. tech goals. China's tech goals. Sanction relief. Kill the list that blocks Hawaii and other from U.S. tech. Right now, U.S. has a block on NVIDIA software, Google software, and AI tools. The next Chinese one. AI parity. Stop the U.S. from gatekeeping high-end GPU manufacturing tools. So the U.S. has the high-end GPU tools and China doesn't have, but still China is like right behind us in AI tech, despite not having access to the NVIDIA chips and the Google software and the tools. Biotech freedom. Prevent U.S. restrictions on Chinese genomics and medical data firms. So it's not just about Iran. This is a whole tech agenda. A whole tech agenda. The Boeing peace offering. So this is what we're talking about today. We're watching Trump come off the plane. We're talking about the agenda. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go to some more videos. Man, it's a fire show, man. I feel the vibe in the room. I feel the vibe in the room. Do y'all feel the vibe in the room? Let's go to Bill O'Reilly. Let's go to Bill O'Reilly talking about Trump and China. Double tap, hit the like button. If you feel the vibe in the room, hit the subscribe button. If you feel the vibe in the room, hit the super chat, hit the like, hit the membership. Double tap. Somebody come look at this.
I'm here, and I'm not really interested in the trivia of this. I did talk to the Chinese today. Your producers should have informed you of that at noon Eastern
What did the
time.
Chinese say to you,
So
Bill?
I have some pretty good information. So number one, there will be discussions about China helping the United States with Iran to tamp Iran down. That's number one. But in return, the Chinese are going to want something, and that will center around Taiwan. Not a handover or anything like that, but maybe the beginning of a discussion about Taiwan.
Do you like that trade?
Yeah, I think it's good for us. 2049 is the 100th anniversary of the evil Mao Zedong's takeover of China. And they being the Politburo, want the Chinese flag flying over that island nation. Now, whether that happens or not, who knows? It's a long way out. But there's room for discussion about a number of things with Taiwan. And the Chinese at this point are just trying to get into the room.
That's what they want. I think Russia wants the same thing. Russia wants the same thing. They just want to get into the room. They just want to get into the room. Let's talk about Iran. Let's talk about Iran. President Trump accuses fake news of treason by like Iran is winning. I want to read this. We're gonna listen to Trump. We're gonna listen to Trump, and then we're gonna read the Truth Social. And I want to know how you feel about this in the chat. Do you agree with Trump or do you agree with the legacy media? Double tap hit the like button.
The whole place is gone, and then we get people to say that we're not winning. You know, we get the radical left to say we're not winning. We're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually. I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know that it's treasonous?
I agree. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Trump. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Trump.
The whole place is gone, and then we get people to say that we're not winning. You know, we get the radical left to say.
What's up, George? What's up, Alicia? What's up, G Wood?
It's actually. I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know the truth?
Let's read it. While the fake news says that Iranian enemy is doing well militarily against us, is virtually treason. Is that in that it is just a false and even preposterous statement? They are aiding and abetting the enemy. All it does is give Iran false hope when none should exist. These are American cowards that are rooting against our country. Iran had 159 ships in their navy. Every single ship is now resting at the bottom of the sea. They have no navy. Their air force is gone. All technology is gone. Their leaders are no longer with us, and the country is in economic disaster. I said that earlier. Economic disaster. They don't have no food. They don't have no ability to get flour. The supply chains are shut down. 2,000 ships stay in the Gulf. I think Trump is purposely not talking about those ships because he doesn't want to look like he's trying to starve or torture the Iranians, but the Iranians are starving. 2,000 tanker ships are stuck in the Gulf. What's on those ships? Food, supplies for the Iranians. Double tap hit the like button. Like I said, the CIA assessment says Iran can last about 3 more months on the supplies that they have. I don't know what the legacy media is talking about. Iran is starving. They can't pay their soldiers. They can't get flour from Russia. The mills to create the flour have been destroyed. And now with Trump taking Carg Island, shout out to my chat, W chat. I got the best chat. W chat. Carg Island. And my chat room was talking about Carg Island. Double tap hit the like button. And now with us taking Carg Island, what's next for Iran?
The whole place is gone, and then we get people to say that we're not winning. You know, we get the radical left to say we're not winning. We're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually It's actually, I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know that it's
I agree,
treasonous.
Trump. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump. Since I brought up Carg Island, in my intelligent, illustrious chat room, double tap, hit the like button. Since I brought up Carg Island, and I know some of my chat people be like, he didn't see my comment. I'll be busy, bro, but I saw your comment yesterday when you talked about Carg Island, and I got this for you, and I did the research, so I understand why you put Carg Island in the chat, because it goes to my argument and how I've said that America has handily won in Iran. Double tap, hit the like button.
Is there something in between airstrikes, decapitation strikes, maybe finishing off the final 10% of the target list and seizing Carg Island? Because seizing Carg Island, as beautiful as that would be, it does carry a lot of risk. Do you think the president wants to go that far, and do you think the country is up for sustaining casualties?
Well, you know, Jesse, we're in a war. This is what war does. You take risks when you go into war. People are going to get hurt in war on both sides. That's how it's played out. And our kids are darn good. Our men and women in uniform are really darn good. We've got a great Secretary of War, a great Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They understand that. The kids involved understand it. The commanders involved understand it. I understood when I was in the military. You take risks to do it. And can you get casualties? Of course you can. But you want to take a point where you actually take all of the initiative away from the other side. And right now they've got an initiative with Mosaic, and they think it's playing out. They're going to keep telling themselves they're winning this fight. They're not. And look, you've got to attack the Revolutionary Guards because they control the Basij. What's the Basij? That's that paramilitary force that keeps the people down. And there's alternatives to that. We either arm the populace, somebody arms the populace, but the president has a right about getting rid of the enriched uranium. There's no option. That has to be gotten out of country. And when they talk a third party, give it to the IAEA. Don't give it to the Russians. Right. The Russians give it right back.
Don't give it to the Russians. The Russians give it right back. We're talking about Iran update and Carg Island.
Operations.
Iran update
and also
and Carg Island. My chat was talking about Carg Island the other day. I'm giving you Iran update, Carg Island, and escalation in Iran. Now, keep in mind, we're discussing this escalation at the same time Trump is in China meeting with Xi Jinping. Double tap at the like button. Escalation in Iran and the possibility of taking Carg Island and also bombing infrastructure like power plants in Iran. Put a 1 in the chat. Do you agree with the escalation? Do you agree with taking Carg Island? Do you agree with bombing the infrastructure? Let's go, MAGA.
3 of the provisions that they're asking for are all about financing their recovery. Unfreeze the frozen assets, remove the sanctions, and we want reparations for the damage that's being done. So certainly, President Trump has absolutely rejected that. I think we've given negotiations truly a test of time to see if it would work, and it's not going to work. And my judgment is the best thing to do is go back and finish what we started in terms of assigned military objectives. Let CENTCOM and IDF go back to combat operations, and also, when that's completed, open up the Straits of Hormuz. And listen, hold hostage Carg Island. We're blocking it right now, but the Iranians, if we go back to combat operations, are likely to hit as primary targets the oil and gas facilities that exist in the Gulf region of our ally. 3 of the provisions that they're asking for are all about financing their recovery. Unfreeze the frozen assets, remove the sanctions, and we want reparations for the damage that's being done. So certainly, President Trump has absolutely rejected that. I think we've given negotiations truly a test of time to see if it would work, and it's not going to work. And my judgment is the best thing to do is go back and finish what we started in terms of assigned military objectives. Let CENTCOM.
I agree. That's the discussion today. Should we go back and escalate? Should we escalate in Iran?
And IDF go back to combat operations, and also, when that's completed, open up the Straits of Hormuz. And listen, hold hostage Carg Island. We're blocking it right now, but the Iranians, if we go back to combat operations, are likely to hit as primary targets
hold hostage Carg Island and go back. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Should we go back to combat and should we hold Carg Island hostage? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Should we go back to combat and should we hold Carg Island captive? Double tap, hit the like button. That's what I want to know. This is for my people in the chat who was talking about Carg Island the other day. I want to know, should we go back? Escalation in Iran is what's on the table right now today. And we're talking about capturing Carg Island and reassuming combat missions. I want to know from you in the chat, do you agree with that? Double tap, and American casualties are being discussed. Did you hear what he said? He said we're at war, and part of it is American soldiers may expire. Double tap at the like button. I want to know from you, what do you think about this?
Coffers and into the country. We are partnering with our Gulf allies who, having been fired upon for almost 40 days, are much more willing to share the bank accounts of members of the Iranian regime in their countries. We are reaching out to banks, including Chinese banks, to remind them of that any Iranian goods and the purchases thereof are forbidden, and that the dollars would be sanctioned, and that we will press for secondary sanctions if there's a problem.
So the Gulf countries,
coffers and into the country. We are partnering with our Gulf allies who, having been fired upon for almost 40 days, are much more willing to share the bank accounts of members of the Iranian regime in their countries. We are reaching out to banks, including Chinese banks, to remind them of that any Iranian goods and the purchases thereof are forbidden, and that the dollars would be sanctioned, and that we will press for secondary sanctions if there's a problem.
We people never understood the tariffs. And how the tariffs have been used geopolitically, how effective the tariffs have been, not just in onshoring jobs, not just with putting Americans first, but how tariffs have been used geopolitically.
Oil spill which could damage the entire... Some breaking news. America has bombed Iran's Carg Island, and they've caused an oil spill which could damage the entire Middle East. And today, satellite pictures came out from Carg Island showing an oil spill in the ocean, spreading very quickly. Now, Carg Island is the island where Iran develops and produces and exports most of their crude oil. It was one of the main targets during the war between Iran and the US. Now, officially, we don't know the cause of this oil spill, but according to my information and my beliefs, I believe America might have been behind it. These satellite photos came out at the exact same time America carried out strikes onto Iran's Bandar Abbas and Qashem ports. However, I got videos showing Iranian air defense systems active over Tehran, even though the US didn't admit that they tried to bomb Tehran. And so the US in those strikes carried out strikes onto more areas than they admitted. And so it certainly wouldn't be a surprise to me for America to have also carried out a strike onto Iran's Carg Island. And because Carg Island is so remote, nobody would be able to take videos of it to confirm it, and there wouldn't be any reports of that. And so it's very possible that this oil spill into the ocean today from Carg Island was caused by an American bomb from those strikes onto Iran 2 days ago. Of course, no confirmation. All we know is that there is an oil spill and we have satellite photos of it. But that's my theory of how the oil spill happened, because this is very, very rare. Iran never makes mistakes like this in history. But if you have a different opinion, let me know in the comments. But as usual, for some more global news like this, you can leave me a follow.
I think that's what Trump's mean when he says treason. What do you mean Iran never makes mistakes like this?
Some breaking news. America has bombed Iran's...
He then goes on to say he can't be sure, but he starts off with breaking news, right? First he says he can't be sure, then he starts off with breaking news.
Jason, I want you to give me an...
And Iran is known for lying and doing shit like this to themselves. Iran is known for lying to create propaganda to make Americans look bad. and Iran do not care. Somebody in the chat earlier said, how many of their own people have they killed? Over 40,000. So if Iran doesn't make mistakes, that's rich. So they've killed 40,000 of their own people. Anybody in the chat think that they would not destroy Carg Island for optics if they would kill and murder 40,000 of their own people? Let's listen what Glenn Beck got to say about Carg Island.
An update on everything that happened with Iran this weekend. Friday, when we were broadcasting, we told you a major hit was coming because that's what the president said. And this is something that he talked about, I think in 1980, 82, something like that. He was out pushing his book, The Art of the Deal. And he somehow or another got talking about Iran and what he would do. And what he said is, I would take that island. I'd take that island. They hit us, we take that island. And that island he's talking about, we took it this weekend. And it is where 80 or 90% of all Iranian oil have to pass through this island. So we have greatly diminished their ability to do anything for money because they are running on oil money. Jason, give me an update on this, would you?
Yeah, so when we broke on Friday, the biggest developments we were looking at was the Israeli drones that were starting to hit checkpoints within Tehran. So we were looking at the next stage of the fight being them taking the battle straight to the oppressors, the security forces that were going to push back on demonstrators as they were, eventually when they start to come out in the streets and be the ground troops, as the Crown Prince told you. That's the biggest developments we were looking at then. But then there was a huge strike on Carg Island, what you were just talking about. So roughly 90% of all the oil that's taken out of Iran, the mainland Iran, is taken to Carg Island. It's an island off the coast in northwestern Iran. And all that oil gets taken to Carg Island, and then it gets put on tankers and then sent down through the Straits of Hormuz. So if you cripple Carg Island, you essentially cripple the entire country.
So it's amazing to me that there were 90 military targets on Carg Island.
Yeah.
And they hit them again, precision. They hit them and they preserved the oil infrastructure itself. So they can turn it back on at any time. They didn't destroy the country's ability to do this. They just took away all of the military assets that they had on the island that was a threat to the Straits of Hormuz. So I think it's fascinating to me that, you break it, you buy it. We didn't break it. We're breaking their military. We didn't break their ability to go back in peacetime and immediately open up for sale again, which I found fascinating.
Right. Yeah. And it does two things. So one, they have a lot of the mining operations that the IRGC has to mine and block the Straits of Hormuz. That's a lot of the targets that we hit. So their ability to project military power out through the Straits, that's what we hit. But it also does another thing. It signals to the Iranian regime what we will do if they continue to try and close the Straits of Hormuz. There is a Marine Expeditionary Unit that is on its way to the Gulf, and that's a huge signal. So if you cannot defend Carg, you can still, as you just pointed out, you can still economically run your operations from Carg. The oil production has not been shut off, but you cannot defend it. Now, with the Marine Expeditionary Unit on its way, and Marine Expeditionary Units are basically an entire war on a few ships. I've been on a few of these going out towards right after September 11th for the Afghanistan war. Every single part, you're talking about aviation units, you're talking about artillery, you're talking about ground troops. You can do a small war with the Marine Expeditionary Unit. You could also take an island if you had to. So this is a huge signal to Iran. Continue to do what you're doing. You cannot defend your economic hub anymore, and we could take it. So I'm not saying they will, but that is the threat. And you can better believe the regime is feeling that threat today.
So Carg Island bombed and escalation on the horizon in Iran. Put a one in the chat if you agree with the new direction of Trump and the administration. So Carg Island bombed and the potential for escalation in Iran. Put a one in the chat if you agree with the escalation. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Trump's assessment of Carg Island. Glenn Beck
Jason,
said,
I want you to give me an update
Glenn Beck
on
said,
everything that happened.
19 1980 when he got out his book. This is the oil spill in the Gulf. People are reporting that there's an oil spill in Carg Island in a tanker. Double tap, hit the like button. Major break. President Trump just unleashed one of the most powerful bombing raids ever on Iran's Carg Island, wiping out every military target on their biggest oil hub. Trump made it clear he deliberately held back from destroying the oil infrastructure out of decency. Double tap, hit the like button. So what I'm reporting to you, my people in my chat yesterday was asking about Carg Island, saying we should take Carg Island. Trump bombed Carg Island, and now there's a new Navy group. Did you hear what he said? I said last week when I was debating this, we have more tonnage in the Gulf than we've had there since 2003, over 20 years. I said, how long will we be there? And I said, we're not even in the tear down phase. When you estimate how long will the Americans be there, we're not even in the tear down phase. More American soldiers and tonnage are on the way. What you just heard reported is that there is another naval group who can take an island, who is on the way. They can fight a war and they can take an island. That is in addition to the 3 aircraft carriers, 15,000 troops, over 200 aircrafts that are already in the region, which is more than we've had in the region in the past 20 years. So when I say to you, how long will the Americans be there, keeping in mind that the CIA manifesto said that Iran could only last another 3 months, it matters that we're still in a deployment phase. I said it matters that we're still in a deployment phase. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. Totally obliterated every target in Iran's crown jewel, Carg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known. But for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure because we want the oil on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Straits of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. During my first term and currently, I rebuild our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the United States of America, the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime will be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is for my chat. Shout out to my chat, W chat. Should we take Carg Island? Should we take Carg Island? W chat. W chat. W chat.
Now would be to just blow up Carg Island. Carg Island, you could do an amphibious operation there. It's a lot riskier. Or you could just blow it up. And that means that Iran has no refinery capacity. And that means their economy is basically sunk for the foreseeable future, which means the regime has no money.
Which means the regime has no money. They already in trouble now. They already have inflation. They already don't have no flour. They already don't have no bread. They trying to do back channels. But now we shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Look at what we got going. 15,000 troops, 200 aircraft, 20 warships, and more on the way. 60 ships redirected. This is the facts on the ground, and more on the way. 15 humanitarian ships led through the straits. United States Central Command, and more on the way, and more on the way. And more on the way. What's important is there's more on the way. There's more on the way. Can y'all say is more on the way? Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Who is winning? Who is winning? Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Carg Island is burning. Breaking news, Carg Island is burning. U.S. B-2 bombers just took out Iran's biggest oil terminal in a precision airstrike. Carg Island is burning. This is how we respond. This is how we respond. They want reparations, right? They wanted reparations, right? They said they're not gonna surrender. They're not gonna do this. They're not gonna do that, right? That's what they said, right? Like, as if, I mean, Iran. It sounds like Zelensky would got like they're not a nuclear power. Who does Iran think they talking to? Who does Iran think they're dealing with? They're not a nuclear power. They don't have friends in the world. They are Islamic extremists. You don't build friends when you unalive women. You don't build friends when you unalive LGBT people. You don't build friends when you persecute people for their religious belief. So they haven't built friends in the globe. That's why China is receiving Trump, because Iran, despite China being the biggest supplier and purchaser, Iran has not built a friendship and a relationship with China. Iran does not have a friendship with Japan. Japan has stopped. The brand new prime minister, the first female prime minister who is friends with Trump, has stopped all Islamic migration. Did you guys know that? She said, if Muslims don't know how to assimilate, we don't want them in Japan. If Muslims don't know how to assimilate, we don't want them in Japan. So Iran and the IRGC have not built quality relationships and friendships around the world, which they need right now. Iran needs friends right now. I said, as Trump is in Beijing, they are discussing the fate of Iran, and Iran is not even at the table. Let's say that one more time. I said, with Trump in Beijing, they are discussing the fate of Iran, and Iran is not even at the table. They have not built the respect in the world. They have not built the relationships in the world. You are seeing a result of that now. Trump has given them ceasefire. Trump has given them time to negotiate. They want to stay hardliners. I say it's all male ego. What's going on in Iran is the same as the Ukraine. Zelensky and the failed leadership of Iran are all about the male ego. They have lost. They know they have lost. So now they're just going to cost the people, because this is what some crybabies do, right? They want to take their toys and go home. So since Zelensky and since the leadership of Iran can't have what they want, then they're going to destroy everything on the way out. That's why me and my chat speculate about this oil spill and whether or not it's the fault of the Iranians. Double tap, hit the like button, whether or not it's the fault of the Iranians. What you're looking at is bombs on Carg Island, right? Trump and the Americans have bombed all the military sites on Carg Island. They have left the oil infrastructure, but they have bombed all the military sites on Carg Island. That's what we're watching right now. Why are we watching this? Because one of my illustrious intelligent chat members said to me the other day, perfect timing. Look into Carg Island. And this is what I did for my brother in the chat. I want to say thank you to the chat, man. I do see the supporters. I want to say thank you to all my supporters in the chat, brothers and sisters, my MAGA brothers, my MAGA sisters. I love you. Thank you for your support. Where my super chats at? Where my super chats at? Get my super chats, man. Get my support, man. Get my likes up. Get my super chats up. Let's get the Cash App in there. Let's get the memberships. Bridge came through and gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Bridge, for that. Love you, love you, love you. I love all of my audience members, my moderators, the people who join the channel, who make the channel and support the channel. People like Relaxer Talk Sports. People like, hey, Prometheus, where you at? I Prometheus the other day. I'm like, I gotta give Prometheus a wrench, give him a membership. We gotta support those who support us. I seen a couple family members in the chat today. I want to say shout out to everybody who said hello. I want to say shout out to everybody who said hello. Hey, this is a great video right here. This is a great video right here. Hey, thank you for all the gifts. Thank you for all the gifts. This is a great video right here. And it shows what TDS really looks and sounds like. This is Maria and Ro Khanna and more Democratic propaganda. Y'all want a little red meat? Let me give y'all a little MAGA red meat. Listen to this clown. Let's go with this MAGA red meat. Listen to this clown. Listen, Maria handle him real easily. Double tap at the like button.
Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a, hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, you know, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
And, well, the American president should call the shots in this country, but you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree. The president is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Not true.
What's not true? What's not true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets, wasn't our money, that was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had Netanyahu come in and try to torpedo it, and AIPAC tried to torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and AIPAC's interest, and they've dragged us into another war in the Middle East. They've hurt American people, and the American people are tired of it. They want people who are going to be Team America. They want people who are going to bring gas prices down here and care about our nation and get us out of these wars, and that's why Obama won. He was against the Iraq war. That's why he was on a path to normalization in terms of getting Iran to be denuclear, but it had the whole world on our side. And AIPAC, Netanyahu tore that up.
Relax. Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump all said the same thing.
I think there's some connection issue.
Congressman,
now I can hear you.
Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump all said the same thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are the leading state sponsor of terrorism. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
And one president delivered, and that was Barack Obama.
No, that's not true. Not one of them did anything about it.
Barack Obama is the only one who delivered.
Congressman, you're talking fantasy.
97%
Obama did nothing about it. You're talking fantasy. Obama did nothing about it. Other than send money to the Iranians.
Obama got the whole world. He didn't send money to them. That's just factually false. He unfroze Iranian assets, but he had the whole world behind us. How many countries do we have behind us now? Obama had Russia, China, Canada, UK, France, the whole world on board, and they lost 97%.
Now, Congressman, now you lost me. Saying Obama had Russia and China in their corner. I think you know better than most that Russia and China are not in our corner. Congressman, we will continue this discussion,
this issue,
and we appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ro Khanna.
Thank you, Maria.
You got it.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that assessment. I'm putting some things in the chat to dispute what he just said. Number one, under the JPCOA, the Obama deal that Biden opted out of, the Iranians continue to enrich uranium. So much so that Joe Biden refused to go back into the deal under his administration. In 2016, the Obama administration transferred $1.7 billion in cash to Iran to settle decades-old failed military sale dispute from 1979. Did you know that? Who empowered Obama to go ahead and give them almost $2 billion from a 1979? Obama wasn't even born, but that's what he claimed the money was for. And Ro Khanna just lied and said Obama did not give the money. Let's listen again as we go over the details in the chat. Go ahead yourself and do your own research.
Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets.
So did you guys know that Obama sent money to Hezbollah-linked accounts? Obama sent money. Now, I'm not surprised because Tim Walz and the Minnesota Democrats allowed $15 billion to go back to Somalia. Now, Al-Shabaab, the Somalian Islamic terrorist group, is one of the richest, most prolifically violent groups in the globe because of American dollars. Just like Obama, here Tim Walz and the Democrats did it again with Somalia and Al-Shabaab. So I'm not surprised when I hear these facts.
Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
And, the American president should call the shots in this country, but you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree. The president is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Not true.
What's not true? What's not true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets, wasn't our money, that was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to.
Again,
and then you had
President
Netanyahu
Obama
come in and try to torpedo it, and AIPAC AIPAC tried to
No.
torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and AIPAC's interest, and they've dragged us into another war in the Middle East. They've hurt American people, and the American people are tired of it. They want people who are going to be Team America. They want people who are going to bring gas prices down here and care about our nation and get us out of these wars. And that's why Obama won. He was against the Iraq war. That's why he was on a path to normalization in terms of getting Iran to be denuclear, but it had the whole world on our side. And AIPAC, Netanyahu tore that up.
Relax. Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump
I'm having
all
trouble
said the
hearing
same
you.
thing.
I think there's some connection issue.
Congressman.
Now I can hear you.
Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump all said the same thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are the leading state sponsor of terrorism. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
And one president delivered, and that was Barack Obama.
No, that's not true. Not one
Barack
of them did
Obama is
anything
the only
about
one who
it.
delivered.
Congressman, you're talking fantasy.
97%
Obama did
out.
nothing about it. You're talking fantasy. Obama did nothing about
Not true.
it. Other than send money to the
Obama
Iranians.
got the whole world. He didn't send money to them. That's just factually false. He unfroze Iranian assets, but he had the whole world behind us. How many countries do we have behind us now? Obama had Russia, China, Canada, UK, France, all the whole world on board, and they lost 97%.
Now, Congressman, now you lost me. Saying Obama had Russia and China in their corner. I think you know better than most that Russia and China are not in our corner. Congressman, we will continue this
on
discussion,
this issue,
and we appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ro Khanna.
Thank you, Maria.
You got
Thank you.
Do you guys agree? Double tap hit the like button. Do you guys agree? I totally do not agree. Obama sent the money. I'm trying to find a video right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Ro Khanna. He's saying Obama never sent the money. Not only did Obama send $1.7 billion, Biden released $16 billion in sanctions. Hillary sold them uranium. Now you know what they had the ability to build a nuclear weapon. Biden released $16 billion in sanctions. Obama sent $1.7 billion. Hillary Clinton sold Iran uranium. Hillary Clinton sold Iran uranium. Double tap, hit the like button. How many people knew that? How many?
A nuclear weapon by whatever means we need. We will prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon by whatever means we need. Period. Period.
Iran's leaders should understand that I do not have a policy of containment. I have a policy to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I will not hesitate to use force when it is necessary to defend the United States and its interests.
I support calling the Iranian Revolutionary Guard what it is, a terrorist organization. Iran simply cannot be allowed to continue its current behavior.
We will prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon by whatever means we need. Period. Period.
Iran's leaders should understand that I do not have a policy of containment. I have a policy to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I will not hesitate to use force when it is necessary to defend the United States and its interests.
I support calling the Iranian Revolutionary Guard what it is, a terrorist organization. Iran simply cannot be allowed to continue its current behavior.
Facts on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Facts on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Just to give a rebuttal to the lies that Ro Khanna put forth, that Barack Obama administration acknowledges the $1.7 billion transfer to Iran was all cash. And then he said that they didn't send the money. Remember what Trump said? That they filled up a plane. Remember Trump said they filled up a plane. And then he said there was no more money in Washington, D.C. Ro Khanna said that wasn't true. Here it is, you guys. Obama administration acknowledges the $1.7 billion transfer to Iran was all cash. Debunk. Double tap hit the like button as you come in. Debunk. The $1.7 billion transfer was all cash. What else can we debunk?
Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a, hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah. between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, you know, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
And, well, the American president should call the shots in this country, but you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree. The president is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
So he said it's not true. He said Barack Obama didn't send money. Let's fact check him. He said that's not true. Jake Trapper on the secret cash. Let's get into it. Did Barack Obama send the money?
Outrage on Capitol Hill today after Obama administration officials briefed lawmakers about 2 other cash payments to Iran. Sources tell CNN that in addition to the previously reported $400 million in cash given in conjunction with U.S. hostages held in Iran being freed, including Washington Post journalist Jason Rezaian, 2 additional cash payments totaling $1.3 billion were made, as first reported by this morning's Wall Street Journal. Republicans such as Senator Marco Rubio argued, quote, by sending the signal that hostages are a legitimate means of securing concessions from our government, the Obama administration has put countless American lives at risk through this payment, as Rubio wrote in today's Tampa Bay Times. Obama administration officials note that the $1.7 billion belongs to Iran, having been awarded by the Hague Tribunal, stemming from the U.S. not delivering fighter jets that Iran had paid for before the 1979 Iranian Revolution. On CNN earlier today, Deputy Secretary of State Tony Blinken acknowledged that no one can guarantee that none of the cash payment will end up funding Iran-backed terrorist groups.
We can't say that not one single dollar will go there. What we can say, based on what we've seen so far, is that virtually all of it is going into the economy, not into the military.
Critics say the transaction is tantamount to ransom, encouraging future hostage-taking, a charge the State Department denies. Rather, officials argue it was leverage to make sure the hostages were returned. The Treasury Department has said that the payments had to be made in cash, Swiss francs, euros, and other currencies, because sanctions have been so effective at isolating Iran from the world's financial systems. Republicans in Congress.
So 2 things. He made the payment. Obama made the payment and he made it in cash, because that's another thing that's been disputed. Obama made the payment and he made it in cash.
On board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
And, well, the American president should call the shots in this country, but you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree. The president is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Not true.
What's not true? What's not true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain.
Did they send the money or not? Did they send the money or not?
Assets that were Iranian assets wasn't our money, that was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to.
Again,
it was cash. It wasn't francs. It was $1.3 billion of American money, like Trump said. And I just proved it and debunked. Ro Khanna is a liar. It was cash. It was cash. It was cash. American cash. Taxpayer dollars. And by the way, while we at it, where the fuck did it come from?
Today, after Obama administration officials briefed lawmakers about two other cash payments to Iran. Sources tell CNN that in addition to the previously reported $400 million in cash given in conjunction with U.S. hostages held in Iran being freed, including Washington Post journalist Jason Rezaian, two additional cash payments totaling $1.3 billion were made, as first reported by This Morning.
Two additional cash payments totaling $1.3 billion. Two additional cash payments. That's what we talking about. And the nerve of the Democrats. So when we say fake news, when we say propaganda, but you can see them stutter, I can tell you're lying because when you're replying, you stutter.
The things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Not true.
What's not true? What's not true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets wasn't our money, that was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had Netanyahu come in and try to torpedo it, and APEC.
Put a one in the chat if you agree with the assessment that it wasn't our money. Since 1979, was it $1 billion in 79 or was it less? Are they doing estimates to equate for inflation over the years? Did Iran give us $2 billion in 1979? Put a one in the chat if you agree if it was Iran's money. Did Iran give us, I want to know if it's inflation. Did Iran give us $1.7 billion? Because you know how much money that was in 1979? Did Iran give us $1.7 billion in 1979? They could have bought the whole fucking world. They could have bought the whole fucking world. You know what I'm saying? $1.7 billion. In fact, and settle it. But what did they give originally? They paid $400 million. That's what they paid. Okay, they paid $400 million, but there was a settlement plus $1.3 billion in interest. Ding, 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 ding. Don't you love me? Don't you? I love me. Don't you love that you're watching the #1 podcast? Because Ro Khanna is lying with the propaganda. He's not gonna tell you the truth. This is what the Democrats do. The Democrats just burn your money. Your money don't mean shit to a Democrat. I honestly think that your money, your taxpayer dollars don't mean nothing to a Democrat. The original debt from 1979, before the 1979 Iranian Revolution. So this was something that the Shah, so we did not owe the money to the IRGC. Ding, 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 ding. We did not owe the money to the IRGC. Before 1979 Iran revolution, Iran's then leader, the Shah, ding, 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 ding. We didn't owe them shit. Barack Obama just gave away $1 billion. I just debunked this whole shit. We were friends with the Shah, which is why we would have sold the Shah military equipment. We wouldn't have sold the IRGC shit. So we sold the Shah. We made a deal with the Shah. So it makes sense that after the Shah leaves, that we would not fulfill. Because in 1980, after 1979, after the Ayatollah Khomeini took power and swore jihad against America, what did they do in 1980? Anybody in the chat? Hey, shout out to Eric Jordan for the $2 super chat. Somebody come look at this. Somebody come look at this. What did they do in 1980, everybody? So it makes perfect sense that we would not give them military equipment once Ayatollah Khomeini was elected, because in 1980 they swore a jihad and death to America, and they kidnapped and they stormed the American embassy and kidnapped Americans and held them hostage for over a year. In 1980. So we were supposed to then, once they start holding American hostages and killing Americans, we're supposed to follow through on this military agreement and then give them the weapons for them to kill and kidnap Americans. Is that what you suggest? I just debunked this whole thing. Obama is a shit show. I just debunked this whole thing. Obama is a shit show. Obama lied to you and stole $2 billion of American tax money, gave it to Iranian Muslim terrorists to enrich uranium and allow to get their proxies rich, and led to the violence what we have now. I just debunked this whole shit. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, I just debunked that whole shit. Hell no, we not giving no military equipment to the IRGC. But we did have a deal with the Shah because we was in bed with the Shah. So it made sense to give the Shah a $400 million military equipment deal. But no, we not giving the IRGC no military equipment. It makes no sense. So there was no settlement to resolve. In my assessment, there was no settlement to resolve because we did not have a deal with the IRGC. It's like you have a business, you make a deal with one person, then they sell the business to someone else. The contract, unless you put in the contract that contract extends to the new owner, I don't own the new owner shit. My contract was with the old owner. Woo! I am cooking. I know what he's doing right now. He's cooking. Somebody come look at this. I know what he's doing right now. He is cooking. He is cooking. So if I have a contract with you and you sell the business and there's a new owner and that new owner comes in and tries to maintain the contract, I don't have a contract with you. That's contractual law. I have a contract with business owner A, and in that contract, it says this contract does not continue to the second owner. Double tap. Anybody ever bought a car used? Anybody ever bought a car used? Double tap, hit the like button. And how does that warranty work on the second owner? How does that warranty work on the second owner? We didn't owe the IRGC shit. Double tap, hit the like button. 400 million. And then so now you understand the whole parameters where Barack Obama stole almost $2 billion. 1.7 Barack Obama stole almost $2 billion in American taxpayer money and then gave it to Iran. So initially the Shah, who was our friend, remember who installed the dirty Shah. We talked about the dirty Shah. MI6 and the CIA installed the dirty Shah in 1953. Remember, I gave you historical background. You see that 1979 date. 1979 is when Ayatollah Khomeini came to power. 1953 is when MI6 and the CIA installed the dirty Shah. But before that, after World War II, I saw somebody in the chat mention World War II. 1944, Russia had control of Iran, but America had no problem with Russia having control of the Straits of Hormuz after World War II because Russia was our ally. Russia helped us defeat the Germany, right? Germanization. It was called Austria after World War II is when we named it Germany. Did you guys know where the name Germany comes from? Anybody in the chat know where the name Germany comes from? It comes from Germanization. Double tap hit the like button. You're watching the #1 channel for geopolitics on YouTube. So in 1944, after World War II, the Allied powers defeat Germany, Germanization, and Russia takes over the Straits of Hormuz for access to warm water. The Allied powers are okay with it because Russia is our buddy, pal, and there is no KGB. There is no MI6. There is no CIA. But lo and behold, OSS becomes the CIA, MI6. We have this interwoven NATO alliance that begins to develop this sick relationship with Europe that I fucking hate that I wish would die. But MI6 and the CIA install a dirty Shah in Iran, and America and Europe gets access to the Iranian Straits and the oil via the dirty Shah in 1953. How does Ayatollah Khomeini come to power? So we have a deal with the dirty Shah, $400 million, because that's our buddy, right? It's just recycling. We just recycling money, right? Shout out to Prometheus, man. What I was looking for you, man. I want to give you put something else. I don't know if I could put something else in the chat, man. I want to give you a wrench so you can help keep these people in check in the chat. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Put something else in the chat so I could give you a wrench. So 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power because the dirty Shah, and he's a dirty Shah, I admit it, you know, CIA, MI6, secret police, KGB exists now, put him in power. You know, also happens in 1979 is Russia invades Afghanistan. I'll leave that to the side. We'll put a pin in that. So 1979, listen, before the Iranian Revolution, we had a deal with the Shah, our friend, and we would give him military equipment because he's not going to attack America because we put him there. We're getting oil. We're getting pussy. Iran. Look at Kim Kardashian. We got access to bitches like Kim Kardashian. Oh, Prometheus got a membership too. Let's make Prometheus a moderator. That's my brother. Let's make Prometheus a moderator. Congratulations. Congratulations, brother. I love you. Thank you. And you could keep people in check in the chat with that wrench. You know, hopefully, let me know if you could block people, kick people out, you know, smack motherfuckers with the wrench all day long. Smack, 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 smack. So 2016 settlement. So what I am saying today, Prometheus, I debunked the fact that Obama paid back Iran's money. That is not true. There are different regimes. It's just like a different business owner, right? And contracts don't work like that. Everybody knows that. But hey, it's TDS. It's believe whatever, you know, fuck contracts, fuck contractual law. We hate Trump so bad. You know, we hate Trump so bad. We don't care. Obama stole billions of dollars. We hate Trump so bad. We don't care. Obama stole billions of dollars. No, it's Iran's money. It's Iran's money. No, it's not. It ain't no such thing as Iran. It's two very different regimes. And it's two very different budgets. If we want to get down to the minutia, if we really want to get down, when I say regimes and governments, that means different budgets, different contracts, different agreements. Everything is fucking different, bro. It's an elementary understanding of geopolitical law and economics, bro. We didn't have a deal with the IRGC and the Ayatollah Khomeini. Facts. Facts. But we did have a deal with the Shah, and we would not go through with that deal with the Ayatollah Khomeini, especially after he kidnapped the American Assembly in 1980. Ayatollah Khomeini did not wait to fulfill his promises that he campaigned on. He campaigned on a jihad. He campaigned on getting revenge against the Americans. And not even a year after his election in 1980, they invaded the American embassy and kept people hostage for 400 days. You think we give him military equipment and you think we owe those same fucking people $2 billion 20 years later? Not 20 years later. What is this? 50 years later? 1979, 30 years of 2000. Barack Obama paid him in 20, what is it? Almost 46, 50 years later. So the motherfuckers who come to power in 1979 and kidnap Americans and keep them hostage for over a year and have been bombing us and killing us for over 47 years. We owe them. We owe them 1.7 billion. We don't only owe the 400 million, but we owe them 1.3 billion in interest. What type of illogical logic is that? How do you find that in your brain to say we owe that party 1.7 billion American taxpayer cash dollars? How can you say that and claim you have a brain? If I only had a brain. 2016 settlement to resolve a decades-long legal dispute at the Hague Tribunal. The Obama administration agreed to pay Iran the original $400 million. So not only pay the original $400 million, the deal that was made with the Shah, not the IRGC. He also agreed to pay $1.3 billion in interest, totaling the $1.7 trillion. I am so pissed off. I am so pissed off I am so pissed off. Now let's listen to this, and you could all be as pissed off as me. You rather be pissed off and pissed on.
Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a, hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, you know, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph. The reality is when President Obama left, because of the great efforts of people like Valerie Jarrett, we had 97% of the enriched uranium out. The reality is we didn't have 13 American service members dead. The reality is we never had gas go up from $2.30 to $4. The reality is we did not give China more role in the region. Let me finish, Maria. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
we didn't give China more role in the region. We did not give the IRGC a more hardline regime in there. You know why? Because Obama actually did his homework. He actually tried to engage in statesmanship. He got China, Russia, the entire European allies on board with getting Iran on a path to not having a nuclear weapon. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And you know what? I resent the fact that Israel is going to tell the United States what to do. The American president should call the shots in this country.
And, well, the American president should call the shots in this country, but you and your colleagues are trying to clip his wings right now with this war powers vote. I agree. The president is in charge. But look, a lot of the things that you just said are just not true, Congressman. I mean, look, we have to look at this realistically. And President Obama sent money to the Iranians. And what did they do? They resumed their buildup of enrichment.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Not true.
What's not true? Not true? What specifically about that sentence is not true?
There was a deal that we reached to get 97% of the enriched uranium out. In the process of that, Iran had certain assets that were Iranian assets, wasn't our money, that was unfrozen. And that was a deal that China, Russia, France, UK, Canada, the United States all agreed to. And then you had Netanyahu come in and try to torpedo it, and AIPAC tried to torpedo that deal. We were on a path to having a denuclear Iran, but what happened is it wasn't in Netanyahu's interest and AIPAC's interest, and they've dragged us into another war in the Middle East. They've hurt American people, and the American people are tired of it. They want people who are going to be Team America. They want people who are going to bring gas prices down here and care about our nation and get us out of these wars, and that's why Obama won. He was against the Iraq war. That's why he was on a path to normalization in terms of getting Iran to be denuclear, and had the whole world on our side. And AIPAC, Netanyahu tore that up.
Relax. Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump
I'm having
all
trouble
said the
hearing
same
you.
thing.
I think there's some connection issue.
Congressman.
Now I can hear you.
Congressman, it doesn't change the fact that 10 presidents before President Trump all said the same thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are the leading state sponsor of terrorism. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
One president delivered, and that was Barack Obama.
No, that's not true. Not one of them did anything
Barack Obama is the only one who delivered.
Congressman, you're talking fantasy.
97%
Obama did nothing about it. You're talking fantasy. Obama did nothing about it. Other than send money to the Iranians.
Obama got the whole world. He didn't send money to them. That's just factually false. He unfroze Iranian assets, but he had the whole world behind us. How many countries do we have behind us now? Obama had Russia, China, Canada, UK, France.
I debunked that. Obama did not unfreeze Iranian assets. I debunked that. Obama sent $2 billion of American taxpayer dollars. Here's more proof.
The lead, new outrage on Capitol Hill today after Obama administration officials briefed lawmakers about two other cash payments to Iran. Sources tell CNN that in addition to the previously reported $400 million in cash given in conjunction with U.S. hostages held in Iran being freed, including Washington Post journalist Jason Rezaian, 2 additional cash payments totaling $1.3 billion were made, as first reported by this morning's Wall Street Journal. Republicans such as Senator Marco Rubio argued, quote, by sending the signal that hostages are a legitimate means of securing concessions from our government, the Obama administration has put countless American lives at risk.
So wait a minute, you guys. They had hostages. Iran was taking hostages. Are you guys familiar that Iran was still taking American hostages in the Obama administration? And people say, oh, Iran was just nice, and why are we picking on Iran? Just as recently, Iran had American hostages that we had to pay for. Did you guys know that Iran had hostages? And not 1980. We're talking about recently under Obama, as everybody says that they were just being nice and friendly, and we are picking on Iran.
Post journalist Jason Rezaian, 2 additional cash payments totaling $1.3 billion were made, as first reported by this morning's Wall Street Journal. Republicans such as Senator Marco Rubio argued, quote, by sending the signal that hostages are a legitimate means of securing concessions from our government, the Obama administration has put countless American lives at risk through this payment, as Rubio wrote in today's Tampa Bay Times. Obama administration officials note that the $1.7 billion belongs to Iran, having been awarded by the Hague Tribunal, stemming from the U.S. not delivering fighter jets that Iran had paid for before the 1979 Iranian Revolution. On CNN earlier today.
So I gave the details and I debunked that also. The Hague had not made a decision. Remember what I showed you guys. The Hague had not made a decision. Barack Obama chose on his own, right, to solve. Everybody with me? Everybody with me? Tap in, double tap, hit the like button. We debunking the propaganda, and we're using the Democrat media outlet to do it. To resolve decades-long legal dispute at the Hague Tribunal, the Obama administration agreed to pay Iran the original $400 million plus $1.3 billion in interest, totaling $1.7. So everybody listening, every time you hear a Democrat lie and say we owed $1.7 billion, that is untrue. Our friend the Shah bought a deal for $400 million. Obama, your mama, the black Wakanda upon his own, King Obama. Because I don't remember voting for this. I don't remember it coming to Congress, right? And people talk about Trump and him getting permission to do shit. So who the fuck gave Barack Obama permission to do this? So let's get to Barack Obama, the King of Wakanda, right? The Black Panther. And how did he get permission to go about on his own to come up with this $1.3 billion interest number? So when you hear Iranian money, no. This was ransom. This was ransom for hostages. Iran and the IRGC, you know, the purple-haired Democrats say Iran is our friend and Iran is so nice, and why are we doing this? Because they have fucking hostages and charged us $2 billion just 5 minutes ago. They blew up October 7th. These motherfuckers ain't shit. And everybody on the Democratic side, well, why don't we just leave Iran alone? Because they take American hostages. They take American hostages. They take fucking hostages. Shit. Back to the video. Can y'all believe this shit? Somebody come look at this. Somebody come look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Today, Deputy Secretary of State Tony Blinken acknowledged that no one can guarantee that none of the cash payment will end up funding Iran-backed terrorist groups.
We can't say that not one single dollar will go there. What we can say, based on what we've seen so far, is that virtually all of it is going into the economy, not into the military.
Critics say the transaction is tantamount to ransom, encouraging future hostage-taking, a charge the State Department denies. Rather, officials argue.
Was it ransom? Was it a ransom? Put a one in the chat. Was Obama paying a ransom? And did Democrats lie to the American people? Did they steal billions of dollars? We talking about Iran. We laying a foundation. Was it a ransom? Was it Democratic theft? And who empowered King Obama to pay them the $2 billion? These are all relevant questions.
It was leverage to make sure the hostages were returned. The Treasury Department has said that the payments had to be made in cash, Swiss francs, euros, and other currencies, because sanctions have been so effective at isolating Iran from the world's financial systems. Republicans in Congress have introduced legislation to block the Obama administration from making any future payments until Iran returns the $1.7 billion to the U.S. and pays compensation to American victims of Iranian-backed terrorism.
Okay.
Whether you're a contractor or a master technician, Harbor.
Y'all hear that? So Obama got in trouble because the Americans said, we want the money back, and we want Obama, we want the money back because, like I said, they are state sponsors of terror. They have kidnapped Americans going back to 1979, 1980. So the Americans said Obama was wrong. Obama took the money. We want Obama to give the money back. That's what they said. Obama is wrong. Obama took the money, and we want Obama to give the money back. And ain't that about a blip? Ain't that about a blip? I love it, y'all. I love it, y'all. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go to Pete Hegseth, baby. Department of War. Pete Hegseth. That's my brother from another mother. Pete Hegseth, baby. Department of War. 1.5 trillion. Now, on the news this week, I've been hearing a lot about $25 billion. A lot of people are saying there's $25 billion we've spent in Iran. We spent $25 billion. And I said we spent $300 billion in the Ukraine. It's actually more. But I said, what if we commit to spend $300 billion in Iran like we did in the Ukraine? We've spent $25 billion. Look, this is how MAGA works. I'm not going to argue. I give it to you, right? I give it to you. I'll give you the $25 billion, and I raise you $1.5 trillion. You know, I said, I'll give you the $25 billion, and I'll raise you $1.5 trillion. So my question is, even if we get half of the money Pete Hegseth and the Department of War is asking for, if we spend and commit just $300 billion to Iran, what happens in that Gulf? What happens in the Straits? I'm not saying that we spend the $1.5 trillion. I'm just saying, what if we spend the same $300 billion that Obama and Biden and the Democrats and NATO spent in the Ukraine? And the Ukraine is still going. Trump is doing his best to get peace, but Starmer and Macron are working behind our backs. When we invaded Iran on February 28th, Starmer and Macron gave Zelensky missiles, and they bombed Russian oil tankers and facilities, even though Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are in trilateral talks with Russia and Abu Dhabi. When Trump is saying there is no more NATO, you guys don't know all the details. You guys don't know all the details. So let's go to Pete Hegseth. This is May 12th. Pete Hegseth has a mic drop moment. We're going to go over a couple hot clips and hot mics from my brother from another mother, Pete Hegseth, baby. Shout out to the Department of War. Shout out to President Donald J. Trump. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's change the banner. Let's change the banner. Let's get up Pete Hegseth. Let's change the banner. Let's change the banner. This is my brother from another mother, Pete Hegseth, Capitol Hill. All right. Let's get into it. Double tap, hit the like button.
We knew came with threats and branches and sequels.
My concern, Mr. Secretary, is that you've achieved a series of tactical successes, but are on the verge of a strategic loss because we are now negotiating.
I just think it's so foolish. Here we are in a committee in the United States Senate, 74 days in, and you're talking about strategic loss. We have the ability to defeat a 47-year threat of a pursuit of a nuclear weapon. We have more leverage than we've ever had. We've had incredible battlefield successes, and you're talking about a strategic loss?
Mr. Secretary,
disingenuous questions.
Mr. Secretary,
this is how you undercut efforts that could otherwise and are otherwise.
I am
being
not
very
your
effective.
enemy, sir. I am not your adversary.
Nuclear program, which we knew came with threats and branches and sequels.
My
which we've
concern,
accounted
Mr.
for.
Secretary, is that you've achieved a series of tactical successes, but are on the verge.
Is America winning? Is America winning?
Strategic.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Pete Hegseth and the Department of War's assessment that America is on the verge of defeating a 47-year foe. Is America winning? Put a 1 in the chat.
Loss. because we are now negotiating.
Just think it's so
a
foolish.
demand.
Here we are in a committee in the United States Senate, 74 days in, and you're talking about strategic loss. We have the ability to
74
defeat a
days in.
47-year threat of a pursuit of a nuclear weapon. We have more leverage than we've ever had. We've had incredible battlefield successes, and you're talking about a strategic loss?
Mr.
Cloaked in
Secretary.
disingenuous questions.
Mr. Secretary.
This is how you
Mr.
undercut
Secretary.
efforts that could otherwise and are otherwise
I am
being
not
very
your
effective.
enemy, sir. I am not your adversary.
Nuclear program.
I can't tell. I can't tell. He said, I'm not your enemy. I can't tell. I can't tell. Look at all the ones in the chat. He don't sound like he on our side to me, MAGA. He don't sound like he on our side to me. I can't. He said, I'm not your enemy. I can't tell. You talking about Iran is winning. Double tap at the like button.
Of their missile capacity had been destroyed. This public report says it's only 30%. Can you give us an answer as to what the real number is?
I mean, I would answer the same way as the chairman.
Not talking to this committee about the damage assessment.
Not validating leaked information that could be wrong or not wrong. Why would I validate what people may leak or not leak? This is not a classified setting. We don't talk about those things. And you like to talk about them on TV. We don't talk about them here.
I would perhaps suggest.
Of
Good job. Oh my God.
This public report.
Did you hear what he said? He said, I'm not going to talk to you about a leak. This is not a classified setting. You like to talk about this shit on TV. I don't talk about this shit on TV. We could talk about this in the classified because you are a senator and you have access, but not on TV. Man, I love Pete Hegseth.
30%. Can you give us an answer as to what the real number is?
I mean, I would answer the same way as the chairman.
Not talking to this committee about the damage assessment.
Not validating leaked information that could be wrong or not wrong. Why would I validate what people may leak or not leak? This is not a classified setting. We don't talk about those things. And you like to talk about them on TV. We don't talk about them here.
I would perhaps suggest.
That's a mic drop moment if I ever heard one. You like to talk about them things on TV. We don't talk about them here. That's everybody been saying how these people ain't prepared. We ain't had administration like this in over 20 years. This is the best, not only president, but the best put together administration I've seen. And I'm an old man. I've seen a lot of administrations, man. We've seen a lot of Ronald McDonald motherfuckers, man. Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, JD Vance, Tulsi Gabbard. Y'all doing a great job for America.
You will complicit in the war crime of this administration.
If I may interject, I ask that we have order in the hearing room so we can proceed.
Ooh, it sound like somebody dead was talking.
If you approve this budget, you will complicit in the war crime of this administration.
It sound like a Mexican. It sound like a Mexican. What is she talking about? Sweat. That sound like a Mexican. What is she? Oh my God, the propaganda. Listen to this Mexican talking about illegal war. You need to worry about new generation Jalisco cartel. You need to worry about your own mother. Where is Nancy Grace, bitch? Where is Nancy Grace, bitch? What, hold on, listen to this, Broomhilda.
If you approve this budget, you will.
The Iranian American, bitch, you is Mexican. Bitch, you is Mexican.
You will complicit in the war crime of this administration.
What do you hear? Tell me, do y'all hear an Iranian or do you hear an Mexican? Oh man, how do American Iranians feel about the war? Let's get American Iranian hold deeply divided and complex views regarding the 2026 U.S.-Israeli war with Iran, balancing a profound desire for regime change with intense fear for lives and loved ones. So Iranians do want a regime change, but they have an intense fear for lives and loved ones. Okay, Iranian Americans react to war in the Middle East. How do Iranians feel about U.S. and Israel military action? Let's see how Iranians feel about it, because we have a Mexican. We have a Mexican interrupting. I don't know how this gonna go. This might go different because I haven't watched this video before. This looked like a liberal white woman. Let's see.
Iran. You are Iranian American and have friends, family, who are there. What have you been hearing from people over the course of the last few weeks since we last talked?
It's gotten harder and harder to get news out of Iran.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Y'all know this don't even look like. She for sure look like a Democrat. Let's listen. I'm excited.
So I have heard from some people the bombs are hitting everywhere. And so the places that I thought would be relatively safe are no longer safe. Iranians are feeling very anxious about Tehran turning into Beirut. I mean, one thing that we're not talking about is Lebanon.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of anxiety. And of course, there are going to be different pockets who feel different things. And in a country with limited access to internet, there isn't the kind of centralized political movement right now in the middle of a war. But from what I'm hearing, there is tremendous fear of American Israel. And so, of course, everybody knows this. When you have an outside threat, an external threat, there is a rally around the flag effect, of course. So that's what I'm hearing.
And these are also people who might have been quite disgruntled
Oh
and
my God.
marginalized, feeling marginalized under the previous regime.
You know, I'm an Iranian American. That means virtually everyone I know back in Iran are very liberal. That's just the connections I have. When I go to Iran, the circles I run in are very liberal. These are not people who like the regime. That's putting it very lightly. If they're saying
Then say that.
that they're sympathetic and that they're anxious that Islamic Republic is successful in this endeavor, that tells you that the public sentiment is not with the United States.
So the last time we spoke, Shaz,
She basically did a double talk. She didn't answer. She said, I'm very liberal. And when I'm in Iran, I'm not with the regime. So what are you then? What are you then? Like, can we get an answer? Can we get a clear answer? Oh man. Sometimes can we get a clear answer? I don't think they want to give us a clear answer. I want a clear answer, but not giving me a clear answer. Understood. We'll go to someone else. Everybody watching, never purchase StreamYard. Everybody watching right now, never, ever in your life purchase StreamYard. Never. Never, ever purchase StreamYard. Never. Never, ever. Never. Straight up. And I don't know why for so long I've never talked shit about StreamYard, and they deserve it. I just be quiet. I just do my podcast, and I never say anything about how horrible StreamYard is. Nope. Just be quiet. And they always want to put a link and, hey, tell people, man, StreamYard is the worst. It's absolute death. Absolute death.
A new poll finds that around 6 in 10 Americans are not on board with the war in Iran. Since the attacks began on Saturday, 6 U.S. service members have been killed and over a dozen more have been seriously wounded. The president says operations could last 4 to 5 weeks, but says he's prepared to go far longer than that if necessary.
I spoke to Bardia Hariri with the Iranian American Cultural and Educational Center here in Northern California. He tells me Iranian Americans are responding positively to the death of Iran's supreme leader, who's accused of being a tyrant.
Many Iranians felt a sense of relief. It was a sense of relief. And of course, cautious hope. Remember just weeks ago, millions of people went into the streets inside Iran with a clear message. They want this regime to end and to build a system that restores dignity that restores freedom, that restores security. And they ask for help from the Trump administration.
Right? Right? Come on, man. Come on, man. This is what it is right here. Why don't we see more of this? Why don't we see more of this? Did you hear what he said? Why don't we see more of this? I think because it doesn't support the narrative. Not only were they happy that the Ayatollah Khomeini was murdered, he said they had a hope. They had hope. And he said, if you remember just months ago, millions of he said millions. And this, I wish Americans knew this. He said millions of Iranians went to the street and protested and said they want this regime gone. Millions of Iranians went, the IRGC, and Trump says this whenever you hear, and Trump says, are we doing a deal? Trump says they unalive 42,000 of their own people. Marsha Armeni, they have a slogan that says, say her name. Marsha Armeni was unalived by the IRGC for not wearing her jib correctly. Prometheus sent a $5 super chat. Great content deserves support. Any don't know help. Thank you so much, Prometheus. Sell out to you, brother, man. I love you. Thank you for the support. I see the gifts. I see the super chats. Thank you for the support. Let's get into the content. This is how do Iranian Americans feel about what's going on in Iran. And this is from an Iranian and American.
Poll finds that around 6 in 10 Americans are not on board with the war in Iran. Since the attacks began on Saturday, 6 U.S. service members have been killed and over a dozen more have been seriously wounded. The president says operations could last 4 to 5 weeks, but says he's prepared to go far longer than that if necessary.
I spoke to Bardia Hariri with the Iranian American Cultural and Educational Center here in Northern California. He tells me Iranian Americans are responding positively to the death of Iran's supreme leader, who's accused of being a tyrant.
Many Iranians felt a sense of relief. It was a sense of relief. And of course, cautious hope. Remember just weeks ago, millions of people
These are the facts. And they asked for help from the Trump administration. StreamYard heard me talking shit, but it's like, you can't make me mad, StreamYard. You such a piece of shit anyway. StreamYard, you can't make me mad. It's not like you operate on a good basis. StreamYard go try to play with me. You act like you function on a good for y'all to be mad and try to mess up the live stream. You would have to have adequate supported me before. I would have to think that you're treating me wrong. Like but you always treat me like this, StreamYard. So I'm not mad. StreamYard trying to hate on me. StreamYard, I'm not going to get upset because you're always shitty. So if you start acting shitty, it's just par for the course.
The Iranian American community is against this illegal war, and if you approve this budget, you will complicit in the war crime of this administration.
So we debunked that. She said Iranian Americans are against this. I debunked that. I just played a clip from Iranian Americans that said we are happy with what happened and we were hopeful when Ayatollah Khamenei passed away. And he also said that millions of Iranians have been protesting because they want the regime to end. Double tap it, the like button.
Secretary, is the ceasefire over?
I like that lapel, man. I got to get me one of those American flag lapels. That's clean, man. Pete Hegseth on Capitol Hill with a couple mic drop moments, and we talking about 1.5 trillion. Pete Hegseth on Capitol Hill, and we talking about 1.5 trillion. And what the question is, if you want to know the relevancy, what the question is today is we've spent 25 billion in Iran so far, 300 billion in the Ukraine. Pete Hegseth in the Department of War is asking for 1.5 trillion. What I've said is, what happens if we spend 300 billion?
The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure that the United States continues to maintain the most capable military in the most complex of environments. Not to mention, however, that this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7%, that builds on the pay increases that Congress has given in previous years. And the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget. By supercharging our industrial capacity and transforming how the department does business, we are restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from the broken, slow-moving systems of the past. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure.
Double tap hit the like button. Let's say we don't even get half of that. How does Iran fare if we get and spend 300 billion?
Military in the most complex of environments. Not to mention, however, that this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7%, that builds on the pay increases that Congress has given in previous years. And the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget. By supercharging our industrial capacity and transforming how the department does business, we are restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from the broken, slow-moving systems of the past. The $1.5 trillion FY20.
God bless our troops. God bless our troops, and thank you for your service. I think they deserve an update. They probably got some barracks that's the same since the 70s. It's 2026. What does China troop barracks look like? You know what I'm saying? I like this. I like this. We probably got old barracks, old bunks. I bet you they got. I bet you got better barracks in the prisons. So I'm with it. Pete Hegseth, 1.5 trillion.
Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard. It's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump. Because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, I don't know, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story how hard that is? Have we done it 2 or 3 times so that American people understand how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? Or what it's like to man a Patriot battery? Or how hard it is to refuel midair? Giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that because of the hatred of this press corps are undermined because your people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible. And folks in this room are privy to that information because of the proximity here in the Pentagon.
Put a one in the chat if you agree with Pete Hegseth and the Department of War. Put a one in the
It's
chat if you
important
agree.
responsibility. And time again, classified information is leaked or peddled for political purposes to try to make the president look bad. And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission, set back a nuclear program in ways that other presidents would have dreamed. How about we celebrate that? How about we talk about how special America is, that only we have these capabilities? I think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the fake news. So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. And the reality is, you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated, choose your word. This was an historically successful attack, and we should celebrate it as Americans. And it gives us a chance to have peace, chance to have a deal, and an opportunity to prevent a nuclear Iran, which is something President Trump talked about for 20 years.
Amen, brother. Amen, brother. I love Pete. I'm going to tell you right now, I love Pete. You can't get me to say one bad thing about Pete Hegseth. I am a Pete Hegseth fan, straight up.
The lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country to forge a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where our critical supply chains are threatened, the Department of War has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic engine at every level of the defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that this department remains laser focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our fighting force from the front lines to the factory floors. This is admittedly a historic budget. It is a fiscally responsible budget, and it is a warfighting budget. President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country to forge a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where our critical supply chains are threatened, the Department of War has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic engine at every level of the defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that this department remains laser focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our fighting force from the front lines to the factory floors. This is admittedly a historic budget. It is a fiscally responsible budget, and it is a warfighting budget. President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country to forge a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where our critical supply chains are threatened, the Department of War has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic engine at every level of the defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that this department remains laser focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our fighting force from the front lines to the factory floors. This is admittedly a historic budget. It is a fiscally responsible budget, and it is a warfighting budget. President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country to forge a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where our critical supply chains are threatened, the Department of War has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic.
Every time I hear the Department of War, I get wood, man. I love when he talks about, like, it's like the Gulf of America. Every time I hear the Gulf of America, man, that's another one that gets me going, man.
Warriors need and deserve a world-class military legal system that sharpens their combat effectiveness. We must deliver reliable advice, better investigations, fair military justice, and better support across the board so that commanders can lead decisively.
Pete Hegseth, man, this is my brother from another mother, Pete Hegseth.
Disastrous Biden administration. This Pentagon waged an unrelenting war on our warriors on many fronts, including when it came to denying them simple medical autonomy and the freedom to express their religious convictions.
Oh, this is such a big
In other words, our men and women in uniform were forced to choose between their conscience and their country, even when those decisions posed no threat to our military readiness. You know.
Oh, this is such a big deal. This is such a big deal. Oh, man. So many people left the military. So many people lost their jobs under the Democrats who had this draconian, and they talk about authoritarian. Remember, they said if people let them die in the hospital, oh, this is such a big deal.
Know what I'm talking about, what happened, COVID-19 and the vaccine. No more. That era of betrayal is over. Under
That era of betrayal is over.
President Trump, the War Department continues to take decisive action to once again restore freedom and strength to our joint force.
I'm so excited, man. Thank you, Pete Hegseth. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, Pete Hegseth. Thank you, Donald Trump.
Right now with spit and duct tape about Iran today. Can we agree that Iran, both the public and the private sector, is being held together right now with spit and duct tape?
Spit and duct tape is not a doctrinal term, Senator, but I would agree with something along those lines.
It's a Louisiana term. I mean,
I love it. It's a Louisiana term. Yeah, Iran is on the a withering vine. I say Iran is withering like a grape on the vine.
now let's talk about Iran today. And the private sector is being held together right now with spit and duct tape.
Spit and duct tape is not a doctrinal term, Senator, but I would agree with something along those
It's a
lines.
Louisiana term. I mean,
Thank you for your service, brother. Thank you for your service and your family service and your commitment. There's nothing like it, man. I feel blessed to have you here with me in the chat. God bless. I pray a covering over you and your family. Yeah, safe passage. Salute to you and thank you for your service. And I don't care if you agree with me or not. I still love you and I still thank you for your service, your family service. And I pray for a covering over you and yours and safe passage. Salute to all of the service members in the chat. Salute to all of the blue, back to blue in the chat.
7 out of 10 Iranians are out of work. We bomb their infrastructure. They've got 70% inflation. Their internet's shut off. You know better than I do what we've done on the military side. Their launchers, gone. Their missiles, for the most part, gone. Their drones, gone. Do they have some left? Yeah.
y'all such gentlemen. They gonna say thank you, man. Y'all don't get me choked up. I'm a Leo. I'll start crying. I'm glad my camera not on. I'll start tearing up. How you gonna say thank you to me? We owe you. I'm saying thank you to you for not only your commitment, but your family's commitment, your son, like every service member in the chat, male, female, LGBTQ, every service member in the chat, every member of the armed forces, the uniform, back to blue. Thank you. Man, y'all such a good character. So he said, thank you. Got me choked up, this motherfucker. Man, thank you, brother. Oh my God, that got me right there. That got me choked up. My grandfather was in World War II. These brothers are so good. This is what America, they have no idea in America, what American men, they have no idea. He gonna say thank you to me. No, thank you. Thank you all. Means so much, man. God bless America.
Their Navy, gone. Their Air Force, gone. You can get in an airplane, you personally, and fly anywhere you want to across Iran right now and feel safe because they don't have any air defenses. It will be, in my opinion, 20 years and cost $1 trillion before they're even back somewhat to normal.
I agree. That's what they wanted, $2 trillion in reparations. And I estimated to say, we had this talk on the channel. How long will it take Iran to build back? How long will it take America? And America hasn't lost anything. A couple soldiers, God rest their souls. I'm not going to trivialize the loss of American life. We have lost some life. But in context, it will not take us time to rebuild. It will take Iran at least 20 years. I agree with that. And this is like, if you understand COVID, the way I put this in context, in COVID, when we got out of COVID, they said we shut down. We had so many supply chain disruptions. This is equated to Iran, that it will take years to get back to what we were before COVID. And then economics came out again, and they said, you guys, it may not never go back to pre-COVID. And that's where I explained to my chat about shrinkflation. And they talk about the Iranians' resilience. They have no idea what Americans have been through since TARP. The inflation under Biden and the shrinkflation under Biden, where they shrank the cans from 12 ounces to 10 ounces, when they shrank the packages from 16 ounces to 12 ounces, but they look the same. The can is the same size, but there's less ingredients inside. Shrinkflation and inflation, they shrank the size of goods and rose the prices under Biden. Under Biden. Under Biden.
20 years and cost $1 trillion before they're even back somewhat to normal.
20 years before they could build back to normal. And this to keep in mind, when I did my assessment and I looked at the CIA assessment, if you think about this, he's saying 20 years and $1 trillion. But the question is, where do they get the $1 trillion if we control the straits? The only way Iran is ever able to build back is if we give up everything that we have now. If we leave and completely allow the Muslim terrorists to control the straits, then they can make the money to rebuild back their military. But they need the straits in order, and they need the sanctions lifted in order to even make the trillions necessary to rebuild back. Do you guys understand that? And that is the problem. That is the crux of the issue. It's not that it will take $1 trillion. It's not that how long it will take. It's that if they have the ability to make the money, and remember, under the first Trump administration and Trump sanctions, they did not make money. They were able to make money under Obama. This is what proliferated the Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas proxies, and they were able to make money under Biden. They didn't make money under Trump and the Trump sanctions. So when he says 20 years and $1 trillion, that's if they can make the money in the straits. And if America doesn't leave, if China and America make a deal and say, fuck Iran, if China and America make a deal and say, fuck Iran, then what?
Air defenses. It will be, in my opinion, 20 years and cost $1 trillion before they're even back somewhat to normal. And I don't have the slightest idea where they're going to get the money. If they think China's going to give it to them or Russia, they got to learn a hard lesson.
Thank you, brother. Where are they going to get the money? Where are they going to get the money? We have destroyed their military. We have destroyed their Navy. We have destroyed their infrastructure and supply chain. We just destroyed Carg Island. How do they rebuild Carg Island? Where do they get the money if they can't own and operate the straits and go back to selling illegal black oil on unsanctioned oil tankers and OPEC cartel that has been broken up by Donald Trump? The UAE left OPEC. The UAE left OPEC. And then they bombed the UAE. Why would they bomb the UAE? Why would they be pissed at the UAE leaving OPEC? Because the OPEC is an illegal cartel, an illegal black market oil price fixing cartel. It weakens the region. It weakens the power of them. Double tap at the like button.
To that extent, have we achieved our objective in Iran?
Objective, as this president has stated from the beginning, is to ensure they don't get a nuclear weapon, and President Trump remains dedicated to ensuring that happens. And everything you described with the military degradation of their country was in service of ensuring they never get a nuclear weapon.
This is
double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Absolutely magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. So excited So excited. Pete Hegseth doing a great job. Pete Hegseth doing a great job. Pete Hegseth doing a great job. Just excited what we hearing about. Just excited what we hearing about right now. Iran bluffed about the Strait. Let's take a look at this one. Let's take a look at this one. Because you've been hearing a lot of propaganda. I love when MAGA puts the record straight. Let's take a look at this one.
Strait being closed thing was just a bluff. We sailed 2 destroyers straight up the gap under zero enemy fire. NATO navies could have joined in. They didn't. And remember all the talk about Iranians collecting tolls? More bluffing. Apparently, they weren't able to collect a single toll. They couldn't pull off the processing because they have no banking, internet, or comms. It was just a couple of Iranian sailors sitting on a dock with their hands out. The Iranians strapped for cash, not just to pay for their salaries, but it's going to cost them $250 billion to rebuild. China just watched billions of infrastructure go up in smoke, and Russia watched all the defenses that they sold not even work once. We told you how last night, how the United States is seizing control of the world's trade choke points. That's the strategy. Panama, Hormuz, Malacca. We just did a defense deal with Indonesia there. We have all the Chinese trade routes surrounded by allies. So the blockade we did with Iran, we could do it with China if it came to that. And get this, we just did a deal with the Philippines that's never been done in the history of the world. It's an AI manufacturing zone, over 4,000 acres. It's basically a big American colony inside a former American colony. And it's designed to China-proof our supply chain. Manila gave it to us for 99 years. And they even threw in diplomatic immunity, so no parking tickets. Meanwhile, we're getting a peace dividend from Operation Epic Fury. The S&P and the NASDAQ broke another all-time high today. The Dow's about to hit 50,000, up 800 points today. And oil
All right,
futures
Trump.
for June in the low 80s.
All right, Trump. All right, Trump. All right, Trump. Let's go, MAGA. People say, what did we get from going to Iran? I just had to get that last update. What did we get from going to Iran? What did we get from going to Iran? I love giving that update. Love giving that update. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Everybody here hit the like button. So excited to have all of you here, man. Great show, great energy, great vibe, everybody. Thank you yesterday for the alley-oop about Carg Island. You know, that came from the chat room. The Carg Island came from the chat room. You know what I'm saying? I'm so excited about the chat room's participation, the participation of the best chat on YouTube. Just really excited about that. The membership bridge came in and gifted out some memberships. That was really big, stoic. Thank you, Bridge, for that. Prometheus got his wrench. Let's give Prometheus a shout out. Prometheus got his wrench. We started off today with Donald Trump arriving in Beijing to meet with Xi Jinping. He got a reception like a king. Donald Trump got a reception like a king today as he arrived in Beijing. It looked at epic. It looked at regal. It looked at like Star Wars Grogu May 22nd. That's what it looked like.
The arrival down the steps of
one last look
of the principal. We're actually 250 feet away, but yeah, that's Donald Trump being welcomed onto the red carpet through the gauntlet of Beijing students waving Chinese and the stars and stripes of the United States, welcomed at the foot of the steps by the Vice President of China, also the ambassador to Beijing, David Perdue, alongside that Vice President Hang Zheng. It is quite the spectacle that the military have been enlisted to play a welcome march, we are told, not the Chinese national anthem, not the United States national anthem, but It's all very cordial at Beijing International Airport as we watch Donald Trump make his evening arrival. It's just after 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. in the evening, so which is why he's arriving in darkness. Quite a crowd of press, I can tell you, here, Jane. The Chinese, very interested in events as they will unfold over the next couple of days. So much riding on this for them, of course. I'm looking around at a Chinese press pack of around 100 Western journalists here too. And Donald Trump will make his way towards the beast. That's his destination at the end of that red carpet as he walks alongside the Chinese Vice President Han Zheng. And he'll enter the beast, the presidential limousine, in a convoy of something like 40 vehicles, make his way to central Beijing. And after overnighting, then the real business of this visit will begin. Let's just listen to the welcome here on the tarmac at Beijing. So there you go, Jane. Those were words of welcome from 300 Beijing students on the tarmac at the international airport. Zhe Liu Hang Ying, they shouted, they repeated to their guest, their very important guest, very important for a whole number of reasons in terms of the economy, the war in Iran, avoiding a war over Taiwan, very much in the minds of Donald Trump and of President Xi when they get together in the Great Hall in central Beijing tomorrow morning. That's when the negotiations will start. Elon Musk, we've seen him on the red carpet, also next to Lara and Eric Trump. The rest of the political party, that includes Secretary of State Mark.
What a great show today, man. What a great show. So tomorrow we're going to be back at 1 p.m. and we're going to talk about what the discussion has become, what are the results, not only at Carg Island, but in China. So tomorrow, don't miss the show. Hit the like, share, and subscribe right now. We're going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to be back tomorrow to discuss what are the results of the discussion in China, and we're going to discuss what's going on with the latest updates in Iran. We gave a report today on the 1.5 trillion. We gave a report on the bombing of Carg Island and the oil spill. So we got to do an update on that oil spill. A lot of people in my chat speculated that Iran may have sabotaged their own oil for propaganda reasons, and I kind of agree with my chat on that. Straight up. Thank you to Cap for Life. Thank you to everybody that came and supported. Great show today, great energy, great vibe. And I just feel really blessed to have you guys. And I'm very thankful to have all of you support and watch the channel. Brian said he'll be here. Thank you, Brian. Shout out to you, brother. Brian said he'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. as it goes down. The Perfect Timing Podcast every day, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. live podcast. And when you subscribe, today I put up some fire shorts, and we got the community tab. We got member only live. So when you join and become a member, if you want to have a conversation with me, join the panel, have a panel discussion. We're going to do some members only live streams. So membership has its benefits. $5 a month. It's like 25 cents a day. 25 cents a day to be a member of the channel, man. So I say to everybody, join, get your membership, man. Double up one time, man. Get 2 memberships. Bridget gifted out memberships today. She gifted out 10 memberships last week. Double up, man. Double up. Get a membership, gift a membership. Prometheus said he'll be here. Double tap with the wrench. With the wrench of destruction. It's the wrench. It's the wrench. The wrench of destruction. Double tap with the like button. God bless America. God bless the chat. God bless President Trump. Let's hope for success in China. Y'all have a good night.